All right, here we go. Mhm. Yo, how's it going? All right. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Dr. Greg Show, July 25th, 2020, 2026. Thank you for being here. New intro music by the Fat Rat, guys. Gonna try something else. Try something new. Think it's a really cool. Yeah, the guy's awesome. He makes a bunch of music that's completely uh copyright free. So you can just source it and he's like, "Yeah, use my stuff." And I'm like, "Hey, I want to do that. That's what I want to do." So thank you. Thank you for the music artists that make free music possible, copyright music possible so I can use their music. Thank you guys. I think we have a really cool show planned tonight. New idea. I got the infrastructure for the build out, the change over, the change up. The new set is going to go in tomorrow. My teleprompter came. I've been working on the script, but tonight, what this? Um, hey, what's up, dude? Ajuka Smith, how's it going, man? I I got a cool idea. I think this is going to be a really cool idea. So this is my idea. Um, Ladies and gentlemen, let's do a presidential tier list for the Republican Party. Oh my God. I have to do that when we're done. uh, I had this all set up. It's all live. This is a live taping, guys. That's what this is. The live studio audience. Oh, of course. Oh, of course. Of course. Of course. All right. Here we go. One more time. Ladies and gentlemen, let's do a presidential tier list for the Republican Party in 2028. Let's see what we've got. All right, here we go, guys. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh my God. I did it wrong again. One more time. One more time, okay? I'm learning. It's my first time streaming. Professional streamer, by the way. Professional streamer. One more time. All right. I think I'm gonna better cook than that. Ladies and gentlemen, let's explore the 2028 Republican field by doing a tier list. Okay, let's check this out. All right, what do we got here? All right, the the presidential candidates for the Republican Party. And so in this case, in the tier list here, we are strictly going to be doing a tier list on electability, who I think is actually going to become president of the United States if it was going to be a Republican, right? We're not going to talk about best, like the idea of like who would be the best candidate, because I don't think that any of them would be good candidates, to be honest with you, because the Republican Party should not be elected in 2028. They've caused a irreparable harm that's been done to the United States and the Constitution. But alas, they still exist, apparently. And they are going to be having a presidential candidate being pushed. Hey, what's up, man? Oh, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that so much. I'm so glad to be awake for one of your streams. Oh, rep the millennial grays. Nice, dude. All right, I appreciate you. Um, Alas, I don't think that really I want a Republican president, ladies and gentlemen, but I'm just saying maybe who could actually win. Okay, I think that that's the big question. So here we go. Let's do it. We're going to be going through the order, alphabetical by first name. All right, we're going to be going through seeing who the Republicans will actually pick as their presidential candidate in 2028. First up, Brian Kemp. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Brian Kemp. Brian Porter Kemp is an American politician serving as the 83rd governor of Georgia since 2019. A member of the Republican Party, served Kemp as the state's 27th Secretary of State from 2010 to 2018. And as a member of the Georgia State Senate from 2003 to 2012. He is the first Republican since Reconstruction to be elected governor of Georgia who was not a former Democrat. I mean, it's really interesting. I mean, Georgia, Brian Kemp has famously sparred with Donald Trump. Whether or not Donald Trump remains a political figure in the Republican Party in the future, I do think that he will try to be, but I actually think that he's going to be fanning out. His flame is going to be flickering, kind of like a George W. Bush in 2008. I think that people are going to start running away from him. They're actually going to want to see some type of leadership that isn't just so MAGA centric. I think that he is a governor, but I don't think that he is really electable in the sense of he's not charismatic. He's not holding water. He's not holding the media. And I think that that's a big thing in 2028. And nowadays, we kind of want the president of the United States to actually be kind of like a content creator as well. It's a very weird thing. I'm going to put him in the C list. All right. Brian Donalds. Brian Loyal Donalds is an American politician serving as the U.S. Representatives of Florida 19th Congressional District since 2021. His congressional district includes much of Southwest Florida. Previously served in the Florida House of Representatives from 2016 to 2020. He's a member of the Republican Party. Byron Donalds, I don't... let's just say looks a lot different than all these other candidates. I don't know what it is, guys. There's something else about him that stands out from all these other candidates. I can't put my finger on it. I don't think that the Republican Party is gonna elect a black man. I don't think that's gonna happen. So it's gonna be an F tier for me. All right. Chris Christie. Christopher James Christie is an American politician and lawyer who served as the 55th governor of New Jersey from 2010 to 2018. A member of the Republican Party, he was the United States Attorney and for the District of New Jersey from 2002 to 2008 and Morris County Commissioner from 1995 to 1997. He was a candidate for the Republican nomination in 2016 and 2024. I think Chris Christie is an interesting case. I think that he is kind of like that, contentious, high energy candidate that is willing to spar with other Republicans. He's made a big name for himself in the debates that in order to kind of do that before, but he never caught on. Right. Because he's not charismatic. He doesn't actually hold media that well. I don't feel like he is he's going to be that. I don't think that people are going to latch onto him. I think he doesn't media well, although he does like to say it like it is. And I think that people do like that. So I think that he's better than Brian Kemp in that. So I'm going to put Chris Christie in B tier. Chris Sununu. Chris Sununu is an American politician and engineer who served as the 82nd governor of New Hampshire from 2017 to 2025. Brian Sununu, I am so sorry. I have never even heard of this guy, and I am such a politics nerd. The fact that I haven't even heard of them does not. I mean, I do think that there is someone that could be, in the running that comes out of the fray, kind of like how Trump did in 2016. But I don't see that as happening. Donald Trump is not constitutionally allowed to run for president, so he's not going to be running. Donald Trump Jr., often nicknamed John Jr., is an American businessman and political activist. He is the eldest child of Donald Trump, the 45th and 47th president of the United States, allegedly. So this is an interesting case. Like, I do think that Don Jr. will be a political figure in the future. I don't think that he is going to be one right after Trump, though, because I think that people, like I said, people are going to fizzle out on the Trump name for a little bit, but it's going to be kind of like the Bush like dynasty. Unfortunately, he's going to be around, and they're going to basically rewrite the Trump years as this golden era in American politics, and he'll be able to capture that. But it's too soon. Kind of like how George W. Bush's image has gotten kind of different in the last 20 years since he's been president. In the same way, I think Donald Trump's will. But Don Jr. is too close. I don't think that he has any chance. But I do think that maybe MAGA latches onto him. Maybe MAGA, maybe he is kind of able to wrestle with that a little bit, and you could have a scenario where Trump Sr. pours himself into it. So I think that it's not an F tier, but I think he's a solid D tier. Doug Burnham. Doug Burgum, sorry. Doug Burgum. Douglas James Burgum is an American businessman and politician who served as the 55th United States Secretary of Interior since 2025 under Trump, a member of the Republican Party. He's previously served as the 33rd governor of North Dakota from 2016 to 2024. I'm pretty sure that he ran along with Nikki Haley. I remember him in debates, and it was, I don't think that he did well at all. I don't think that he really latched on at all, and he wasn't really magnanimous. I don't think that he's, I don't think, Vocal, I'm here for Bergamania. That's good. Yeah, I'm gonna say, I don't know, D or F. I do think that he's better than Donald Jr. If they go for like more of a stately person, I think that that could happen. But I think that he's a D tier. Okay, Elise Stefanik. Marie Stefanik is an American politician who served as the U.S. representative for New York's 21st Congressional District since 2015. From 2021 to 2025, she served as the chair of the House Republican Conference. Elise Stefanik, she was really big into a lot of different things. Tucker is on the lineup. He's on the second row right here. I think that I think she's on the who list. I mean, she's not big. I don't see her going, but I have heard about her name enough to not be who. I have heard of her, but I don't know that she's good. So F is like, I've heard of them, but I don't think that they have any hopes. So I think that she's a solid F tier. Francis Xavier Suarez, an American lawyer and politician who served as the 43rd mayor of Miami from 2017 to 2025, a member of the Republican Party. He previously served as the member of the Miami City Commission from 2009 to 2012. He is the son of former mayor Javier Suarez. This is solid who. I didn't not even know this guy existed. And I'm sorry, like, I don't understand. If you're a mayor, why do you think that you could run straight to president? I don't know. But I think that executive experience matters. And, even in the fact that Trump didn't have any political experience, at least he had some type of, executive experience with his companies, let's say. So I've never heard of Francis Suarez. Sorry, bud. Glenn Allen Youngkin is an American politician and businessman who served as the 74th governor of Virginia from 2022 to 2026. A member of the Republican Party, spent 25 years at the Carlyle Group, a private equity firm, where he became a CEO in 2018. I think that I think the ideas of these kind of like Carlyle Group, the infrastructure kind of thing, I do feel like it is, where did he go? Okay, yeah, I didn't even, oh my gosh. I do think that there's going to be a backlash against that. I do think that we are in a populist era, and just being kind of like, I think that background in the private equity firm is going to be something that people don't want to latch onto, and they kind of avoid in the future. So I think that that's actually a bad point for him. And I think that I would probably put it, in F tier. Glenn, I think Stefanik is a little bit better than that. Greg Abbott. Gregory Wayne Abbott is an American politician, attorney, and jurist who served since 2015 as the 48th governor of Texas, member of the Republican Party. He served as from 2002 to 2015 as the 50th attorney general in Texas, and from 1996 to 2001 as a justice of the Texas Supreme Court. As of 2025, Abbott is the longest serving incumbent governor in the United States. I think that Abbott being disabled in a wheelchair matters more in the Republican Party than the Democratic Party. It's like a machismo alpha thing. I do think that it hurts him. Being the Texas governor, um, I think that Texas is going to have I am very hopeful. I will be honest. I'm very hopeful of kind of like a moment where Tallarico can win, and now Texas will kind of be seen as kind of like this purplish state, and he's going to be blamed for that. So I do think that he is. I think that he's in the strong D tier, probably a C tier. I can see, I could see the case being made that he is. I mean, he's the governor of the largest economy, the largest Republican economy in the country, right? In terms of size of the economy. So I do think that he's above D tier here, below Chris Christie, I think, because he's less charismatic. I think C is kind of like the boilerplate politician that doesn't have charisma, is lacking a lot of things. So I can see him and Brian Kemp kind of being in the same tier. I like that. Okay, J.D. Vance. James David Vance is a American politician, author, and venture capitalist, serving as the 50th vice president of the United States, a member of the Republican Party. He represented the state of Ohio in the United States Senate from 2023 to 2025. So Vance is an interesting case. I do see Vance as kind of like shepherding in more so than Don Jr., kind of like the era of MAGA. I mean, JD Vance has been doing white Christian nationalism for longer than any of these other guys. He's very committed to this ethno state idea, um, and I do think, but he's awkward. He's not charismatic. His face, like, I don't know how to say, I don't know how to say this, like, very plainly. His face is just too round, and he wears eyeliner. I don't know how to say it other than that. I'm sorry, but he looks very baby face. I don't think that he's not a guy's guy. Nobody is going to JD Vance for any problems that they have in their life. You know what I mean? He doesn't have any friends. He's just kind of like this incel loser dude. And I don't see him kind of as kind of, I don't see him as a winning, I don't. Winning the primary, especially after Trump, and I do think that Trump's name is going to be a bad thing. I think that being in the shadow of Trump is hurting him in the fact that he doesn't have any type of movement, or he doesn't have anything of his own, right? He doesn't have any vice presidential, like what is he doing? He's doing a book right now. He's doing a book tour. So, like, imagine writing a book and doing a book tour as the vice president of the United States, as opposed, I mean, he's not passing in any legislation like Kamala was doing, right? Harris was busy in DC passing bills, being the president of the Senate. JD Vance doesn't have any role to play. He's work from home. So, I think that in the same light, I think that JD Vance could have it will have a presence in American politics in the future. I don't think that it's now, and I think that people are going to wane on him in the same way that Donald Jr. will be. So yeah, Joe Lombardo. Joseph Michael Lombardo is an American politician and former law enforcement officer, serving since 2023 as the 31st governor of Nevada. From 2015 to 2023, he was the 17th sheriff of Clark County, capping a 34-year career in law enforcement. Lombardo is a member of the Republican Party, and that is a big who. I do not know who that is. I mean, maybe in like some way that the Republican Party does an autopsy and is like, hey, maybe we need to have more of a diverse background or something, but I don't see that happening. I don't think because Nevada is more purplish than people think. I I don't see that happening though. I'm sorry. John Edward James is an American politician, businessman, and former military officer serving as the U.S. representative for the Michigan's 10th Congressional District since 2023, a member of the Republican Party. He was the party's nominee for U.S. Senate in 2018 and 2020. Who? I've never heard of this guy. Sorry. No, I'm sorry. Joshua David Hawley is an American politician and attorney serving as the senior United States Senator from Missouri, a seat he has held since 2019. A member of the Republican Party, Hawley served as the 42nd Attorney General of Missouri from 2017 and 2019, before defeating two-term incumbent Democratic Senator Claire McCaskill in the 2018 election. He was reelected in 2024. Hawley really tries to make himself a name for himself in these Senate hearings. He really tries to steal the floor. He tries to make the clips. He tries to kind of steal the spotlight. And he understands that this game is won on these media clips. And I think that he sees that. So I think that he's better than most because of that. And I think that I would put him in the B tier along with Chris Christie because of that. He's clip farming, you know what I mean? In these hearings, he understands the goal. You try to make a fool out of this person, and you try to make the clip, and he does a lot of media. He's involved everywhere. I think that way he kind of understands the media environment, and that is the big thing. He is the runner from Jan 6. He is famously, yeah, exactly. Okay, Katie Elizabeth Boyd Britt is an American politician and attorney serving since 2023 as the junior U.S. Senator from Alabama, a member of the Republican Party. Britt is the first woman to be elected in the U.S. Senate from Alabama and the youngest Republican woman to be elected to the Senate. She was president and CEO of the Business Council of Alabama from 2019 and 2021 and served as the chief of staff for previous incumbent Richard Shelby from 2016 to 2018. Britt is expected to become Alabama's senior senator when Tommy Tuberville leaves office in January 2027. Who? I'm sorry, I don't know. I don't know who this person is. The junior senator. I didn't even know that she was a junior senator. That's crazy that there are senators that I genuinely do not understand. I don't get it. Michelle does not like Chris Christie. Yeah, I can understand that, Michelle. Yeah, I apologize. Kimberly K. Reynolds is an American politician serving since 2017 as the 43rd governor of Iowa, a member of the Republican Party. She is the first female governor of Iowa in its history. Who? I am so sorry, Kim. I do not know. I think that it's I don't know if there's a penchant for Republicans to elect a woman. Like I just don't. And I just don't see that happening, to be honest with you. So that's just what it is. You haven't heard of Britt? I think she did a really bad response to one of the Biden's sodas. Oh, is she the one that did the thing from the kitchen or whatever? She like literally did like I'm going to respond to the kitchen from the kitchen thing. Christy Lynn Arnold Nome is the American politician serving as the the United States Special Envoy for the Shield of Americas since 2026. From 2025 to 2026, she served as the 8th U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security, a member of the Republican Party. She served at 2019 and 2025 as the 33rd governor of South Dakota and represented South Dakota's at-large congressional district in the U.S. Representatives from 2011 to 2019. During her tenure at the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, her immigration policies generated controversies, particularly following the actions of ICE. She is a hard F tier. like I think that she was tried and kind of like as in the guise of like a Sarah Palin, trying her out for VP, probably, something like that. I would probably have to say, yeah, it's just a strong F tier. Like I just don't see her going anywhere. I don't think that she has any chance of being elected in 2028, like at all. So there's just no way. I'm sorry. Liz Cheney. Elizabeth Lynn Cheney is an American attorney and former politician who was the U.S. representative for Wyoming's at-large congressional district from 2017 to 2023 and served as the chair of the House Republican Conference from 2019 to 2021. A member of the Republican Party, she is known for opposition to Donald Trump. And for that reason, I mean, she literally campaigned with Kamala Harris, based, by the way, genuinely. I think that people like actually don't give enough credit for that. Uh, I would get strong F tier there. I think that as soon as you're playing for the other side, I think that you could make the case if Republicans are down so bad on MAGA that they have a full reversal, and like they wanted someone that would be whoa, oh my gosh. Dude, thank you so much. Objective Ethics, $20 super chat. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate you. Um, I mean, so Helen, Liz Cheney on Republicans that I would vote for, she's high on the list. If I had to vote for her, if it was like her or Donald Trump, I would absolutely vote for her over Donald Trump. Absolutely. Do I think that she's electable? That's what we're doing, right? We are thinking about who is actually going to win the Republican nomination in 2028. So in that case, she is anti-electability. But for who I would want to see as a patriot and like actually as a good possible Republican, I think that that it'd be different. Because honestly, I like Chris Christie is one of those, like he tells it like it is. He's actually willing to push back on the party. Liz Cheney the same way. I think that they would both be way higher on there. Okay. Marco Antonio Rubio is an American politician, attorney, and diplomat serving as the 72nd U.S. Secretary of State since 2025. He is also the acting national security advisor. A member of the Republican Party, Rubio represented Florida in the United States Senate from 2011 to 2025. Marco Rubio is honestly, it is wild to me how many spots that he fills in the government right now, and yet really doesn't take the limelight from or take the light from Trump. I think that he's playing the role. He's getting the executive experience in without like ruffling any feathers, which is exactly what I think you need to do. And that's why Kristi Noem got kicked out and he hasn't, because Kristi Noem got a bunch of negative press and made Trump look bad. Marco Rubio hasn't done that, right? Marco Rubio is basically running Venezuela right now. He is the Secretary of State, going through who is he actually, what kind of diplomacy is this guy doing? He literally, all throughout the world, we are hated. So the idea that he is actually doing a good job is laughable. But I do think because of his executive experience from the administration, I do think that he's higher than most. And he has that ability to kind of be on MAGA's good side, but then he can differentiate himself. So I think he's playing the political game well. Yeah, I think that he's high B or A. I think this is Marco Rubio the first A tier. I think that maybe he could be. I think that he might be. Yeah, I do think. Yeah, I think he is an A tier. I think because he's straddling the line of being MAGA without he's supporting MAGA without being MAGA, right? He's helping Trump, but also has his own things that he's running at the same time. Like he could legitimately say, hey, it was me that was running Venezuela. It was me doing the diplomacy of all these type of things, making these things happen. I think that he could make the case for that, unlike other things. Okay, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Marjorie Taylor Greene, also known as MTG, is an American politician, businesswoman, and conspiracy theorist who served as the U.S. representative for Georgia's 14th congressional district from 2021 until her resignation in 2026. A former member of the Republican Party, she was elected to Congress in 2020 following the retirement of Republican incumbent Tom Graves and was reelected in 2022 and 2024. Green is widely considered to be a populist and far-right politician, but completely unelectable and right with Liz Cheney. I mean, she is completely, she's kind of seeding this moment of like anti-MAGA, and she's trying to catapult herself into the like, I'm gonna be thrown into the future by I'm going to be a part of the future by being anti-MAGA now, so I can kind of like, be in that position. I don't think that the Republican Party, I think they're going to be sick of Trump, but I think that people that get too vocally anti-Trump right now are going to be seen as anti-Republican. They're specifically anti-Trump, right? But I think that they're going to be seen as traitors, and they're not going to be seen as party players. And Republicans don't want that. Any type of like inner party, you want the president to be able to unite your coalitions. You know what I mean? You don't want to have someone that's going to stir that pot. And I think that Marjorie Taylor like stirs that pot a little bit too much. So there you go. Matt, okay, let's see. Let's just do a quick test because the rundown. Marco Rubio is our runner. I think that makes sense. Chris Christie. I would say Chris Christie has less of a chance than Howley. I don't think that he's going to do that well. I'd actually put Chris Christie down here with Brian Kemp, the other governors, where it's like standard boilerplate governors. Chris Christie isn't doing media. He's not doing anything that's like special right now. He's doing, yeah, I don't think he's not like standing out like that. Burham Jr. Vance. Okay, I like these. I like the F tier. Okay, perfect. Matt Gaetz. Matthew Lewis Gaetz II is an American politician, lawyer, and political commentator who served as the U.S. representative for Florida's 1st congressional district from 2017 until his resignation in 2024. His district include a bunch of counties. He's a member of the Republican Party and self-described libertarian populist. Gaetz is widely considered as a proponent of far-right politics as well as a staunch ally of Trump. In 2023, Gaetz filed a motion to vacate that led to the removal of Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the House of Representatives. Gaetz is really interesting in the fact that I thought that he flared. He really is a flash in the pan really early. And I'm surprised that he was. He should be in prison. He's and I don't understand why Gaetz quit, basically. Do you know what I mean? Like why it is very weird that he I guess it was because of the allegations, wasn't it? Wasn't he being like literally like investigated for all the like awful things that he was doing to little girls? So I don't know if that hurts or helps him in the Republican Party. Let's be honest. But in terms of electability, I mean, I don't see him doing that well. I don't think that he is going to be that. I would put him, that is an F tier, maybe. I'd say low D tier, low D tier. Okay. Mike Lee. Michael Schwamway Lee is an American politician and lawyer serving as the senior senator from Utah, a seat he has held since 2011, a member of the Republican Party. Lee has been Utah's senior senator since 2019 and the dean of Utah's congressional delegation since 2021. I don't think he's just so bland and boilerplate. I don't think this guy is I don't think that he has a chance. Like I don't he's too just milk toast, you know what I mean? I don't think that he has any chance. I'd put him at the top of D here. Mike Pence. Mike Richard Pence is an American politician and lawyer who served as the 48th Vice President of the United States from 2017 to 2021 under Donald Trump. A member of the Republican Party, he previously served as the 50th governor of Indiana from 2013 to 2017, and as a member of the U.S. Representatives from from Indiana from 2001 to 2013. I think Pence. So it really matters here. I think Pence in any other moment, he's not charismatic. He's not the media guy. He doesn't like hold a room. MAGA does hate him, but if they do go back on MAGA and they do think to have like kind of like an anti-MAGA moment, I could see him having that sway and kind of like as the old guy option, kind of like as the grandpa, kind of like taking him over, going back. But I don't see the Republicans want that. Marco Rubio and Josh Hawley still have that populist rage, that they can channel. Mike Pence, I don't think so. But I think Mike Pence is the best of the C tiers right now. He's like the standard boilerplate politician that I don't see him actually. He's not charismatic. He doesn't hold the room, but I could see him having a chance if MAGA gets too over the ledge. So I think he's a strong C tier. Mike Richard Pompeo is an American politician, attorney, diplomat, and former U.S. Army officer who served in the first administration of Donald Trump as the director of the CIA from 2017 to 2018 and as the 70th United States Secretary of State from 2018 to 2021. A member of the Republican Party, he previously represented Kansas's 4th District in the U.S. Representatives from 2011 to 2017. I don't see this happening, guys. Mike Pompeo. I don't he's the same thing. I don't see him. That doesn't make any sense to me. Nikki Haley. Nimarata Nikki Haley is a American politician and diplomat who served as the 116th governor of South Carolina from 2011 to 2017, as the 29th U.S. ambassador to the UN from 2017 to 2018. A Republican, Haley is the first Indian American to serve as a presidential candidate. That's wild. In 2018, she was the first. We didn't have any other Indian Americans that served in any presidential candidate. That is that's very sad. She came in at second in the 2024 Republican presidential primary after Trump. I mean, but it was a dead primary. You know what I mean? I don't think that she has any chance. Why is Mike Pence 2 tiers above Cheney? Because Mike Pence used to be the vice president of the United States. I think that he channels that Christian conservative anti-abortion kind of like zeitgeist that I think that could basically create like a 20 to 30% mass that could steamroll and snowball to actually make a voting population. Because that's the thing. Like it doesn't take you to get 50% plus one in order for you to get the Republican nomination. It only, like as Trump showed us, it only takes us about 25-30%. And what is that 25 and 30% coalition? So that all of these guys in the C tier are kind of like the old politician standard boilerplate. Like, let's get back to norms, but I don't think that's going to happen. But if that did happen, I think that's where they are. So Nikki Haley, though, is an interesting case. I think that she is. I think that she did better than expected in the primary in 2024. But I don't see her as I think it's the same thing. I would say, man, was she C tier? I think for sure, politician, capable of fighting back, anti-Trump if you need it, but also served in the Trump administration. I would put her next to Mike Pence. Yeah. Okay. Ron DeSantis, Ronald Dion DeSantis, is an American politician, attorney, and former naval officer serving as the 46th governor of Florida since 2019, a member of the Republican Party. He served from 2013 to 2018 as the U.S. representative from Florida's 6th congressional district. DeSantis was a candidate for the 2024 Republican presidential nomination, withdrawing his candidacy. He got stopped by Nikki Haley. I think he is solidly in the D tier. I think that people kind of saw him as the Trump without the negatives of Trump back in 2024. But nobody likes him. He's not that charismatic. He's kind of boring. He's weird. And I do think, let's see here. Does he, but I'll have to put, is JD Vance or Ron DeSantis? They're both so awkward. They're just so awkward and weird. I don't know. I would say Ron DeSantis is has a worse chance of winning than JD Vance. Sarah Huckabee Sanders. Sarah Elizabeth Huckabee Sanders is an American politician serving as the 47th governor of Arkansas since 2023. Sanders is the daughter of Ambassador Mike Huckabee, and who served from 96 to 2007 as Arkansas's 44th governor, a member of the Republican Party. She was the 31st White House press secretary, serving under Trump from 2017 to 2019. Sanders was the third woman to be the White House press secretary. She also served as the senior advisor to the Trump 2016 presidential campaign. Sanders became the Republican nominee in 2022 Arkansas gubernatorial election and won, defeating Democratic nominee Chris Jones. She is running for re-election in 2026. It's a strong F tier. I just don't see them like electing women. I think that she's probably the best of those tier though. Ted Cruz, Rafael Edward Cruz, is an American politician and attorney serving as the junior U.S. Senator from Texas since 2013. A member of the Republican Party, Cruz was the Solicitor General of Texas from 2003 to 2008. Since 2025, Cruz has chaired the Senate Commerce Committee. Ted Cruz is such an interesting political being. I think that because he's an incumbent, he's strong, but I think that he's so weird. He's so awkward. He has all these weird he's just very weird. His movements, he's not likable. He's not charismatic. I have to put him I would say I don't think that the Republican Party goes with Ted Cruz. It just doesn't. I don't see the path forward for him. I could see him kind of channeling that fighter kind of image. Maybe is he in the C tier? I think he has a way better chance than Mike Pompeo. So maybe he is in the C tier then. Okay, Tim Scott. Timothy Eugene Scott is an American business politician serving as the senior U.S. Senator from South Carolina, a seat he has held since 2013. A member of the Republican Party, is the first African-American senator in the southern United States to be directly elected, the longest-serving African-American senator in U.S. history, and the first African-American to serve in both the House and the Senate, and the first African-American senator to chair a full committee. God, there's something about his picture that's just so much different than all these other guys. What is the difference? I don't see it happening, guys. I'm sorry. I don't see it happening. I don't see them electing a black man. I don't think so. There's not I don't know. I just don't see it. I think that it's an F tier. I don't see it. Thomas Bryant Cotton is an American politician and former Army officer serving since 2015 as the junior U.S. Senator from Arkansas. From 2013 to 2015, he served as the U.S. representative representing Arkansas's 4th congressional district. He is a member of the Republican Party. What? I don't think that he has any chance. Tom Cotton. Tucker Carlson. Tucker Swanson McNear Carlson. That is his real name. Tucker Swanson McNear Carlson is an American conservative political commentator, journalist, and host of the Tucker Carlson Show. Since 2023, he previously hosted the nightly political talk show Tucker Carlson Tonight on Fox News from 2016 and 23. He the highest rated cable news show at the time for its termination, and is an influential voice in the right-wing media. Ladies and gentlemen, I give to you the 2028 Republican nominee. I think that he is by far the winner, the chance to win. He's quirky. You know, he is very awkward and weird. He doesn't do the bow tie thing anymore. But he has that, like, and he has the media chops. He has the ability to kind of go populist or go kind of boilerplate Republican too. And the big thing is that, you know, the Republicans are looking to break down institutions, right? They are looking down to burn it all down. And the whole guise of what's going to happen after MAGA fails is that, oh, they didn't let us. I think the story after 2028 is going to be like, wow, we like MAGA will fail to enact their agenda, right? And I think that it's going to be a Trump was too corrupt, right? Kind of thing. I think that it's going to be a Trump. It did the things that we. It could go a couple ways, right? It could be we need an actual Trump, like an actual populist. And we see that right now, right? Where Republicans are like, oh, Trump is doing the things that we didn't want him to do, right? So we want an even stronger version of Trump, right? I could also see it being as a, like, we need to go. I don't think that the Republican Party will, like, massively change after 2028. Like, I think that they're still going to, like, tighten down on this white ethno-state idea that they have, basically. It's just how they're going to go about doing it. Like, is Tucker Carlson really going to be like, I really am going to deport all of them? And Trump wasn't serious. But Tucker Carlson is positioning himself to be kind of like anti-MAGA, but like I'm more MAGA than MAGA kind of thing. But because he's not a politician and he's not voting on anything, Tucker Carlson kind of has the ability to be everywhere and anyone at once, while also crafting a media image that portrays that really well. So that's why I think, as opposed to all these politicians, he has this ability to kind of be everywhere at once, which kind of makes him extremely dangerous in terms of, you winning. So that's the problem. That is the problem. That's why I think that he's in S tier. He can basically claim all the establishment credentials because he is a media personality without any of the drawbacks of actually being an elected politician. He basically gets to run as an outsider, and all these other people can't, right? They're all tied to Trump in some way. They've all been elected. They've all been elected in the cabinet. They've been a senator in the party. They've been the vice president. They've been elected. And Trump's been around for so long that I think you're going to see some people that are like, oh, we need someone different. We need some new ideas. And Tucker Carlson will kind of be that person where it's like, we need someone that's fresh and new, but will actually do the things that we wanted Trump to do after all. And Tucker Carlson can kind of do that. So that's what I think. That's what I think. Who's my personal favorite? None of them, Cheapadoodle. I don't think any of these people should be president of the United States. And I think that they would all be awful presidents of the United States. This is strictly just who can I think will be elected or chosen as the Republican 2028 nominee. This is nothing to do who I think will be the best Republican president. I think that all of these people would be awful presidents. So that I don't think that any of them would be good. Vivek Ramaswamy. Vivek Janapathy Ramaswamy is an American entrepreneur and politician. He founded the Roivant Sciences, a biotechnological pharmaceutical company, in 2014 and was its chief executive officer until 2021. Ramaswamy entered national politics as the youngest presidential candidate in 2024 Republican primaries, but withdrew his bid and endorsed Donald Trump. He is currently the Republican nominee for governor in Ohio in the 2026 gubernatorial election and has been endorsed by Trump and the Ohio Republican Party. I think like he has a problem with being not a Christian, and you see this a lot when Vivek goes to conferences and stuff like that and he talks about his values, people heckle him as in like, what do you know about our values? We have Christian values and you're not a Christian. And basically he's like, he claims to be a Christian values Hindu or something. I'm like, it's like very weird. I'm like, how does that even happen? But that's what he says. So I think I could see, like I said, I can see him being the anti-Trump businessman, right? Like I'm not tied to the Trump's cabinet. I'm a businessman in a good way. Like I'm not one of those capital guys, that. And I'm a businessman, not a financier kind of thing. So I can kind of see him. I think he's much better than the C tier. So I think that, yeah, him and Josh Hawley, I think that's good. Will Hurd. Will Hurd is an American politician and former CIA clandestine officer who served as the U.S. representative for Texas's 23rd congressional district from 2015 to 2021. Will Hurd, who? I don't know who that is, and I apologize. Sorry, Will. Sorry, Bill. Whatever, dude. Sorry, it is. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. The 2028 Republican candidate tier list. I think that Tucker Carlson has the best shot at winning by far. Marco Rubio has the next best shot. I think Josh Haley, Vivek Ramaswamy could both run as like outsiders inside of the Republican Party and do well. I think if this kind of like this narrative fails, then you have kind of like the boilerplate politicians that could come in and kind of sweep. I don't think that the D's, I don't see them having a good shot, but I could see a path possibly. F, I don't see any chance that they are going to be presidential candidates in 2028. But anyway, the D's and the F's, I think they could in the future. A lot of these C's, like it is their time. Like I don't see. Oh, thank you, Michelle, for the super chat. I don't see like a lot of the C tiers. Like I could see Nikki Haley because she's younger, like a little bit later, being better. But I don't see Ted Cruz ever becoming president. To be honest with you, or Chris Christie. But it could be possible to see it that road. But I don't think that it's going to happen. Let's see right now. Let's see the Republican 2008 nominee odds on Polymarket. Let's see how we go. Let's see how it is, guys. What did we get? Wow. That is really shocking to me. JD Vance is way in ahead, the number one. So JD Vance is that's really surprising to me. Let's see if this is thank you. So here we go. That's really surprising to me. JD Vance way ahead at 43%. Wow. You know what? Honestly, it's a good buy at not JD Vance. So if you ever are doing these, you always want to, it's always better. The odds are always better to pick the not, to buy not. So I would say not JD Vance. Marco Rubio, I think that's probably a good buy. Tucker Carlson at 2. I think I might put $20 behind that, to be honest with you. I am shocked that he's only at 2%. That really does shock me. Voting no on JD Vance's free money, exactly, Sheepadoodle. Yeah. So you buy like no when they're at the high, and then you vote yes. I think that's Tucker Carlson. I'm very shocked that it's so low. I think that's a great the amount of money that you could possibly win there is very good. So wow, JD Vance being so high, that's really shocking to me. Marco Rubio, I agree. JD Vance though, wow, that is wild to me. I don't know if Trump actually runs again. He wins the Republican Party. The only way, Buckle, I mean, the only way that he actually runs is the idea is that he is just completely, he is completely capable of taking the election. Okay, let's talk about Trump. Okay, Trump in 2028 only happens in a world where the Constitution is no longer null and void. It's like basically he can do whatever he wants. He's already striking out portions of the Constitution already. So like why wouldn't he strike out that portion of the Constitution that allows him to run again, you know? He did it in order to run because of the insurrection clause in the Constitution. There already was a constitutional amendment to stop him from running, and he got to run again. So, you know, I could see him running in the same guise. And basically that court case said, and Trump's lawyers argued that by even if he is guilty of an insurrection, being elected president is kind of like that part kind of being annulled, and it doesn't really matter to the American people, so therefore it shouldn't matter to the courts. He's kind of getting he's getting off on that charge. So that's why I think that, but in that moment, like if he suspends our constitution, then it's like who knows? You know what I mean? He's going to try? I think that he could. I think that I think that it's very odd to me that people aren't taking it as seriously, and there aren't more Republicans saying no. That's the more sane. That's the more poignant point, I think. It's not Trump joking that he's going to run for a third term, right? That's not everyone knows that he's going to do that, right? The part that's scary is that there aren't the Republicans that are lining up to say like, no, 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 no. That's ridiculous. We're not going to do that. Stop this nonsense. The fact that there wasn't 24 Republicans that came out today after that video released last night of him joking of running for a third term, that's the concerning point, right? That's the actual concerning point to me. So do I think that there's a chance of it happening? Yes. Yes. I think there's a non-zero chance that Trump does suspend elections, ushers in martial law, tries to do that kind of nonsense, because he already tried to take over an election, right? That he didn't win. He already did try. It's not like something that I'm concocting that I am being a conspiracy about, right? He literally already did try to sway and change the 2020 election results. So I could see him doing that again, absolutely. So it is scary. It definitely is scary. So anyway, that's it, guys. That is my Republican tier list. We'll do another one next year. Okay. Well, as we go a little bit closer, we'll do a 2027 Republican tier list, and we'll see how this goes out. Thanks for watching. If you watched this far, please like and subscribe. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Okay. Let's do an electric. Yeah, we're gonna do the Dems next. We'll do the Dems. What's up, guys? What's up? And now it's just us chilling. Whew. Dems are coming up. I wanted to get that out of the way because this is going to be a lot longer video. This is going to be a lot longer, guys. This is going to be a lot longer. Okay. I'm going to real try hard on this one. It's the Kirkland energy drink. Right. There we go. Makes my face look so weird. Okay, that's not that bad. Dems. First, the communists of the United States presidential tier list. Just why is he ignoring everyone? I'm not ignoring. Oh yeah, sorry, Ness. If you want during a YouTube video changing, if you want me to legitimately read your comment, it's gonna have to be a super chat. You know what I mean? So hey, Duke, how's it going? So that's I'm sorry, guys. Like especially during a YouTube video, I have to. My whole point is to make it kind of like engaging and good. Except for you, Ness. Except for you. What do I do for a living? That's a very complicated question. That's a very complicated question. Like, what do I get paid for doing? Science communicating and acting and modeling. To be honest with you, that's technically what I do get paid to do. Yeah, and Truth Eternal's mom. That's the other. He's a science influencer. Yeah, exactly. No, yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, you're so nice, Ness. You're amazing. You're incredible. Thank you. I really appreciate you all. All right. Oh my gosh, this is so big. This is such a big, um, but such a big list, guys. Have you had any major roles? No, just mostly like commercials. Commercials for commercials. Yeah, for Dollar Shave, no, basically Beard Club, which is like a beard monthly thing, and then I did one for a drink mix. So, okay. All right, guys. Okay, here we go, guys. 1 second. Okay. Boom. Look at that. Look at that. Boom. You're right. You're right. I do not give a fuck about my patients. You're exactly right. I know. I know. Get your heart me's in now, ladies and gentlemen, because there might be some of you that want to leave after this one. So I would please before we do the Democratic tier list, I would please do your heart me's and your donations now before you hate me. So please, I love you. It wouldn't it wouldn't be a Democratic tier list if the Democratic tier list didn't have some fighting, some blood sport, and some chipped teeth and black eyes. You know what I mean? It's like it's inevitable, okay? Dude, you know what? We're not gonna see S tier Mecha Biden 3000. You know what I am you know what I'm not seeing? Okay, this is not happening right now because it's not on here. But what's not on here is Hunter Biden. And I do think that Hunter Biden should run for president. Hear me out. Hear me out. Hunter Biden's not going to have a chance to be president, but he should run for president because I think he'd be a good idea of like pushing his, like clearing his name, entering into politics, having a new refreshed voice. I think you look, it'd be I think that there's a chance that he runs. Not to win, but to kind of shake up the Democratic Party. You guys, like, I mean, don't forget that like the Bidens have like a chip on their shoulder on how the Democratic Party treated them. So I could definitely see them being like, wait, what? I'm gonna I'll show you kind of thing. So I think it happens, man. I really do. People, it's I think there's more of a chance than people realize. 640. Let's see this. Six. Whoops. Here we go. This. 1 second. Oh my God. Okay. Okay. And memes are more important than policies in 2024. I think memes are more important than policies in 2028. I think that is the future of politics. I think that anyone. Okay, guys, let's see. Okay. Okay. Okay, we'll get into it. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I give to you the definitive 2028 Democratic presidential tier list in 2026. We'll go over it again in 2027. But again, let's talk about framing. Okay, I am an absolute Democrat. I'm going to vote for the Democratic Party. I do not think that the Republican Party has really a chance to win after Trump. But I do think that what we look for in a president should be talked about, and we should say more open and honestly as Democrat how I'm framing this. Okay, what I'm looking for in a president before we go through the tier list, what I am doing, what are the qualifications, what are the big things to kind of see. Okay, let's bring it over to the whiteboard. Okay, so the big thing for me, number one. Okay, number one. Oh, thank you. The Constitution. This is the biggest thing. Do they actually understand that the Constitution is in 2028, not 1700s? Okay. Are they going to actually understand and see the modern presidential powers that be? Okay. Are they going to realize the real presidential powers that exist that John Roberts has also enacted and have confirmed? Because we can't just have the Republicans have a separate playbook than the Democratic Party. I do want the Democrats to use this power of the presidency that exists. Do I think that it should be like this? Do I think that we need to roll it back eventually? Absolutely. But at the same time, as it stands right now, as the rule book exists right now, can this person actually enact those powers in order to be the best president that we need? Okay. I think that's the number one thing. 2, executive experience. Okay. This is a big thing that the Democrats get wrong. Okay. A lot of times people will talk about policies, they'll gatekeep policies. Do you like Medicare for all or not? What kind of Medicare for all do you support? But in reality, what we actually have problems with as Democrats, it's not the passing of legislation, right? It's the enacting of legislation. The Biden administration passed $700 billion of clean energy and renewable energy deployments in the United States. But $500 billion of that got raided by the Trump administration and used for the tax cuts for billionaires afterwards. So Democrats not only have to pass legislation, they have to enact the legislation in the 4 years that they have. That's just what the game is now. The game is passing legislation and then getting it done within your presidential term limits, because there is no guarantee that the Republican that could be signed or sworn in as the next president is going to respect your legislation that was passed. That just doesn't exist anymore. It was used to be this kind of like thing, well, the legislation passed and now we got to go buy it. Not anymore. Trump showed with the OMB that you can line item veto things as the president of the United States. Okay, so executive experience is the biggest thing, the biggest thing for me. So 3 for me. Okay, this is my biggest thing. Okay, my biggest issue that I have, that I've dedicated my life to, the issue that I am like the most like focused on personally is climate change. I think that is the number one issue that we face as humans is climate change. The existence of humans to actually exist on the planet. Okay, humans need to be able to exist on this planet, and climate change is the biggest issue. So for me, that is a big issue, right? And it folds into all these other issues, right? Can we actually get it done? Climate change, by the way, doesn't need to be like, I'm going to pass climate change legislation. Biden showed this, by the way. Biden showed this. You can pass the most progressive climate change legislation of all time. You just couch it into economic development, right? You couch it into Inflation Reduction Act. You couch it into 21st century jobs. And guess what? Those jobs are going to be where? Climate change. Climate change. Okay, last on the last, okay? The last big thing. If you watched me and you know how I work, okay? The how you exist and are seen in the world is through algorithms and through social media. Okay? That's just how people see us. So your media. Can you understand? Do you understand that the world exists and is seen through social media, not through people's eyes and ears, right? That is the number one thing. Number 5, Riz. Riz is media. So you could use media in order to get your Riz. You know what I mean? You can get your um your your Riz through that way, I think. That definitely exists. Um, and those are my biggest things. So Constitution. Are you going to be able to understand and enact the policies that you see and through the presidential powers that exist as it is? And you're not going to try to, like, I do not think that right now is the time that we as a Democratic Party try to roll back the powers of the president of the United States. I just don't think that. I think that we have to push the envelope as hard as we can so that the Republican Party goes, whoa, that was a little fast. That was a little too much. And then the Democrats can say, hey, well, guess what? We wanted to constrain the presidential powers at the entire time, too. And that's when we can kind of come together, but only after we actually get some stuff done, ladies and gentlemen. We're not going to preemptively stop ourselves from getting the things that we want, because guess what? MAGA got all the things that they want. It was just that it went into the direction of an all-white ethno-state. The Democrats are going to go into the direction of a sustainable and renewable economy that grows over time and being a technological leader in the world. That is what the Democratic energy and the focus should be on, not on this cringe xenophobia angle that MAGA is doing, right? Okay. So, in that, guys, let's get to it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get to it. All right. So, we're going in alphabetical order by their first name. This is it. AOC is number one. I don't, so can someone include codifying abortion in their criteria? I mean, so that's something that is something where I would be like okay with passing or trying to enact some type of women's bill of rights, for absolutely. So it shouldn't, the idea of the Democrats right now isn't to go back and just flip the switches on things we used to have. That is a key component of this. Again, so it's not just like going back and being like, oh, Roe versus Wade was overturned, we're going to enable Roe versus Wade. That's not how we should work. We shouldn't work like that. We should work on using the power of the presidency that exists and enacting it, right? So like using the Constitution, using that constitutional power that exists inside the president now in order to to get this stuff going, not kind of like not going back and trying to like Citizens United. I don't think that the president of the United States in 2028 should be trying to overturn Citizens United. We should be working on what? Trying to publicly fund elections. Like the Democrats can't spend time on trying to just get back to where we were. We need to do better, right? We need to not only enact the bad things, but actually get a next step going. I think that's the bigger key. Okay. So that's it. Okay. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, so AOC is first. So I think that she understands, AOC understands more so than most she gets the media game more so than anyone else, I would say, even more so than Mamdani. She was a leader in this. Climate change, obviously, with the Green New Deal, she understands this. Executive experience she lacks. I think that is a huge problem that she has in general. So I do see, I think that she would be a lot better in terms of being a vice president or something. I don't think that it's her turn to be president of the United States. And to be honest with you, I do think that she needs to be in politics a little bit longer. But if Obama taught me anything, it's that putting someone that's too young in the presidency is a bad thing, because we don't want AOC to retire in 8 years from now. We need AOC to be a player in politics for 30 to 40 years from now, not just the next 8 years. So it'd be premature and a bad idea to genuinely run her this early. So she lacks executive experience. I don't know how she would play the constitutional game because we haven't seen her do any executive work. So I don't think that she is a good win. I don't think that she is a good win. So I do think that I would put her B or C. I would put her as B because I agree with a lot of her politics. But she's lacking the Constitution. She's lacking that constitutional pedigree. She's lacking that executive experience. So those two things. Oh, sorry, one second. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, also known as AOC, is an American politician and activist who served since 2019 as the U.S. representative in New York's 14th Congressional District. She is a member of the Democratic Party and the Democratic Socialists of America. Here we go. All right. Amy Klobuchar. Amy Jean Klobuchar is an American politician and lawyer serving as the senior U.S. Senator from Minnesota, a seat she has held since 2007. A member of the Minnesota Democratic Farmer Labor Party. What? That's interesting. The DFL, Minnesota's affiliate of the Democratic Party. She previously served as a county attorney in Minnesota. She is running for governor of Minnesota in the 2026 election. Really? Wait, she's the serving senator, but she's going to run for she's going to run as yeah, she's serving as the senior US senator from Minnesota, but she's actually running for governor. Wow. I like that. I see that's the thing is that like I like the fact that she's trying to go and get some more executive experience. I think it matters, guys. I think it matters. I think executive experience does matter. And since Democrats aren't business people necessarily, right? How are you going to get that executive experience? I think it's really important. You have to, lead nonprofits. You have to be a community organizer. You have to be a mayor or a governor. But I think that's actually really good. But she's not charismatic, and I don't think that she has a chance. So so yeah, I think that that's cool, but I don't think that she is that bad. Do you guys think that we've reached the point where the country will accept our super scary democratic socialists? Bakla, I think that they've ran out of ammo against the boogeyman of those words. Basically there's just the Republicans cried wolf so much that it kind of is a joke, and I think so. I think it doesn't really matter. Um, Andy Bashir. Andrew Graham Bashir is an American politician and attorney serving since 2019 as the 63rd governor of Kentucky, a member of the Democratic Party. He served from 2016 and 2019 as the 50th Attorney General of Kentucky. He is the son of former Kentucky Governor Steve Bashir, who served 2007 to 2015. I don't know. So he has executive experience. Andy Bashir, he's not a huge media guy. I haven't seen him do any like super good media work. I don't know how he believes about the Constitution. Okay, I think that Andy Bashir, in terms of electability, I think that he is strong because he is a Kentucky governor, and that could be kind of like the uniting angle that the Democrats go through. I think that's a good thing. Yeah. Yeah, so I would give him a B. It basically comes down to the path to 270. How are you going to become president? And basically having a more I do think that we need to focus on electability. You need to win the election in order to pass legislation, right? So I do think that we need to have Democrats winning in all different states, every single county. I want a Democrat to win in every single county. So in that guys, I think that it is good. He might be an A tier. I think that he has a way higher chance as AOC, way higher chance. So I think that I think maybe an A tier. We'll revisit. Christopher Scott Murphy is an American lawyer, author, and politician serving since 2013 as the junior U.S. Senator from Connecticut, member of the Democratic Party. He served from 2007 to 2013 in the U.S. Representatives, also representing Connecticut's 5th Congressional District. Chris Murphy does the media game. He's always out there. He's doing the, the anti-Trump stuff. He's constantly playing ball. No executive experience. I don't know how he feels about the Constitution. I don't feel like he really understands what's going on. I think Amy Klobuchar and him would be a good one. Cory Anthony Booker is an American politician and lawyer serving as a U.S. Senator from New Jersey, a seat he held since 2013, a member of the Democratic Party. Booker is the first African-American U.S. Senator from Jersey. He was the 38th mayor of Newark and served on the Municipal Council of Newark from 98 to 2002. So it was really weird. Like I really felt like he was really, really good as mayor of Newark. Like I remember him in media just constantly everywhere, really doing a good job of being connected to things. I remember there was like a big storm and he was out on snow patrol duty, doing people that were talking about it on Twitter that they were snowed in or something, and he was like personally going house to house, trying to get people out, the stuff like that. Like he's genuinely like more charismatic in a good media game. Doesn't have the executive experience. I don't know how he feels about the new constitution, climate change. I've never really heard him talk about it, or it's never really been a big part of his game. So I would try to push him. I think we're going to get a lot of senators in the seats here where it's just kind of like boilerplate politician. You got a lot of baggage. You got a lot of votes. You got a lot of bad votes that you had to make. And now you kind of are saddled with that. So, oh yeah, I'm sorry, mayor. Yeah, he was mayor. You're right. You're right. You know what? Because of the executive experience and the media that he does, I think that he's with AOC. Yeah, yeah. I think. Thank you, Ducre. That's a good point. Yeah, he was good as mayor. So I would say that. Yeah. Okay. Dean Benson Phillips is an American politician, business, and former presidential candidate who served from 2019 to 2025 as the U.S. representative for Minnesota's 3rd Congressional District, member of the Democratic Party. Phillips was an executive in the food and beverage industry before entering politics, formerly the president and CEO of his family's distilled spirits business. He is also the co-owner of the vodka business and coffee house chain Penny's. Okay, I mean, I know that he's ran before, but I don't see that he has any chance. I don't see that I don't think that he has any chance. Elizabeth Ann Warren is an American politician and former law professor serving as the U.S. Senior United States Senator from Massachusetts, a seat she held since 2013, a member of the Democratic Party. Regarded as a progressive, Warren is focused on consumer protection, equitable economic opportunity, and the social safety net while she's in the Senate. Warren was also a candidate in the 2020 Democratic presidential primaries, ultimately finishing 3rd after Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders. Warren is an interesting case. Like I think that she doesn't campaign well, but she's a good technocrat. I don't think that she does a good job. She's not very charismatic and stuff. Like her speeches aren't really that good. But then you like talk to her and you hear or you hear her in committee meetings and stuff like that. She's really tuned in. She knows what she's talking about. She likes the nuts and bolts, and I respect that. But constitution wise, I don't know. Executive experience, none. Oh, she chair, no. Man, I'd have to go D tier. Yeah, I don't think she has a chance. I don't think she has any chance. Gavin Christopher Newsom is an American politician and businessman serving as the governor of California since 2019, a member of the Democratic Party. He served as the lieutenant governor of California from 2011 to 2019 and the mayor of San Francisco from 2004 to 2011. I'll tell you right now, guys, this is by far and away my S tier. Gavin Newsom, by far, I think, is the best presidential candidate that the Democrats have. He understands the Constitution, and I think that he's willing to push it, like on this kind of stuff. He has executive experience with the governor of California. He's animated about climate change, and he understands the media game more so than any other Democrat right now, even more so than AOC. AOC does a good job, but she doesn't have like a media group, that she's pushing out for it. Andy Bashir is not connected to the media at all. But Gavin Newsom really understands, I think, this moment, this political moment is unique, right? It isn't just like 2004 or something, and we need to change it up, in politics. No, we need we basically need to go through a complete reconstruction of our entire federal government. Okay? That genuinely, the United States need a second reconstruction. And I don't think I see really anyone kind of talking about it, other than Gavin Newsom in those terms. So I think that's what it is. Gretchen Esther Whitmer is an American lawyer and politician serving as the 49th governor of Michigan since 2019, a member of the Democratic Party. She served in the House of Reps 2001 to 2006 and the Michigan Senate. She has the executive experience. Media, none. Climate change, don't know. Constitution, don't know. I don't see it happening, man. I don't see it happening. I'm sorry, Gretchen. I think she has executive experience, so she's going to go above Elizabeth Warren, but I don't think it happens. Jamal Anthony Bowman is an American politician and former educator who served from 2021 to 2025 as the United States representative for New York's 16th congressional district. I had heard of him, but I don't think that there's any chance, guys. I don't think. Jared Polis is an American politician, entrepreneur, businessman, and philanthropist serving since 2019 as the 43rd governor of Colorado. From 2009 to 2019, he served in the U.S. House of Representatives, and then he also served in the Colorado State Board of Education. He has executive experience, which is good. He's the governor of Colorado, but media, none. Climate change, I don't know. Constitution, I don't know. I don't think that stands any chance. I don't know who. I think Jared Polish is a who. Sorry, who? Yeah. J.B. Pritzker. J.B. Pritzker is an American politician, philanthropist, and businessman serving since 2019 as the 43rd governor of Illinois. He is the member of the Democratic Party. Man, people really like him. It's really J.B. Pritzker gets more love than most. I'm actually really surprised about that. I think a lot of people like him. He's very cantankerous. He's like a fighter, he's and then he's a part of that Rust Belt, that northern strategy that the Democrats have to go to in order to win the president. Basically, it's like Illinois, Michigan, all those states. So it's in Pennsylvania. So I can see that being a winning strategy in order to get him. He's a billionaire businessman. He has executive experience. I don't know how he feels about the Constitution. He has no media. And climate change I've never heard him talk about that. I think because of his executive experience, it goes next to Cory Booker. Yeah, I don't see his path being that strong. Jeffrey Neal Jackson is an American politician, attorney, and Army National Guard officer who served as the 52nd Attorney General of North Carolina since 2025, a member of the Democratic Party. He served as the U.S. representative for North Carolina from 2023 to 2024. And then he, Jeff Jackson, who, I'm sorry, bro. Joaquin Castro is an American lawyer and Democratic politician who represented Texas's 20th congressional district in the U.S. Representatives since 2013. The district includes just over half of his native San Antonio. He currently serves as the U.S. House Committee on Foreign Affairs and U.S. States Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. I remember him when he ran last, but I don't think that he has any chance. No executive experience, not good for the Constitution. Climate change, I don't know. Media, I don't know. I think he's an F tier. There's no way. John Fetterman. I do not think that he runs. I don't think John Fetterman runs. Thomas Jonathan Ossoff, sorry. John Carl Fetterman is an American politician serving as the senator of U.S. Senator for Pennsylvania, a seat he has held since 2023. Member of the Democratic Party, he served from 2006 to 2019 as a member of and as the mayor of Pennsylvania, of Braddock, Pennsylvania, and he was the lieutenant governor too. He has the executive experience. His media during the original campaign, which by the way was from the same consultant group that Mamdani and MD Al Sayed and Plattner all used, by the way, same consultant group. But he has the unique distinction of being probably the most disliked Democrat elected in office right now. So he's probably the most hated person in DC. I mean, it would have to be some type of like, we need to get a self-hating Democrat up there. I don't. Oh, thank you so much, Bobby. I don't see it happening, guys. I don't see it happening. I think it's a strong the worst possible chance to get. John Ossoff, Thomas Jonathan Ossoff is an American politician who served as the senior U.S. Senator from Georgia since 2021. He is the youngest incumbent U.S. Senator and a member of the Democratic Party. Ossoff is the youngest senior senator of the United States. I think John Ossoff, executive experience, none. Constitution, I don't know. Climate change, I don't know. His media does do good. He is a very good orator. He does do good reels. He does good shorts. He's young, which is big, but also it's the AOC thing where it's like, I don't want a young politician. Like I'm sorry guys. Like I don't think that he should be going. But I do think that he has a better chance than AOC, Cory Booker, or JB Pritzker. So I think that he's an A. So I think that John Ossoff has a good chance, especially since he's from Georgia, and that is another path, another one that we have to kind of like go through, another path. So if we get Georgia, then we have routes to the White House. That's really good. So I don't want a guy. It depends. I think I would love a female, a woman president, absolutely. But yeah. I don't know, but just that thing, I don't know. You put John Ossoff above AOC, yeah, for sure. I don't think that AOC is ready to be president. I don't think that she would be a good president. I don't think so. Yeah. Josh Shapiro. Joshua David Shapiro is an American politician and lawyer serving since 2023 as the 48th governor of Pennsylvania, a member of the Democratic Party. He is the Attorney General of Pennsylvania from 2017 to 2023 and served as the Montgomery County Board of Commissioners since 20. So Josh Shapiro has the executive experience. He's good with the media. He's good being an orator. And I think that he understands, like when he was in the VP running, like I kind of got into him more. I think that he is like a good chance of being a president in the future. I don't know about now though. I don't know if this is the moment for him. I don't see. I think man, he has the executive experience. He's good in the media. I don't know how he's with the Constitution. I would put Josh Shapiro as a B. Yeah, he's definitely above Chris Murphy and Amy Klobuchar. I think he's worse off than JB Pritz. I think it's this right here. Yeah. I think Cory Booker has a better chance than Josh Shapiro. Let's see. Joshua Harold Stein is an American politician and lawyer serving as the 76th governor of North Carolina since 2025. Who? Like, I'm sorry. What? Who? A member of the Democratic Party. He served as the Attorney General and in the North Carolina Senate. Who? Juan Castro, it's his brother, him and his brother. I'm sorry, like they can both be in the F tier together. I don't think that Juan Castro he is mayor of San Antonio, U.S. cabinet member under Barack Obama, and candidate for the Democratic nomination of U.S. president in 2020. Oh, okay, Julian. Okay, I guess I that was the problem. Him and his twin brother. I honestly didn't know. Kamala Harris. Kamala Devi Harris is an American politician and attorney who served as the 49th Vice President of the United States from 2021 to 2025 under President Joe Biden. Of Indian and Jamaican parentage, she is the first female, first African American, and first Asian American vice president, and the highest ranking female and Asian public official in U.S. history. Harris represented California in the United States Senate from 2017 to 2021, and she was the Attorney General of California from 2011 to 2017. Member of the Democratic Party, she was the party's nominee in the 2024 election. I think that Kamala Harris she understands the Constitution. She's been saying on her media tour right now that we need to have a no bad ideas kind of like everything's on the table. And that in my mind means that she is open to some weird, wacky stuff, which is exactly what I think the Democratic Party wants right now. They want some different ideas thrown around. So I think that that's a good idea. She has the executive experience. She's literally the most qualified on executive experience than any other Democratic candidate. She is on climate change. She understands it. I think that like when she talks about it, it makes sense to me. And honestly, the Brat Summer stuff, like her clips and things were incredible. I think that she understood the media really well, and she got reined in, famously with the walls stuff. And I think that she understands that she made that mistake, that when they were calling MAGA weird, when they were getting more spicy, it was better, and they were doing better. And I think that kind of like taming it down did worse for them overall. So I think she's learned a lot. I think that she genuinely has learned a lot. She's written a memoir that's spicy enough that people didn't even think that she was going to run. She was basically so honest and abrasive about the Democratic Party that people didn't think that she was going to run. She was burning bridges kind of thing. So I think that there's a good chance that she's the nominee, like genuinely. And for that reason, I think she's S tier. Her or Newsom. I think Newsom is the number one pick for me, and Harris is my number two. So that's what I think. I think that you're right, Bobby, but I still think that the name recognition alone is going to be huge for her, and I think that she's I think I think that that's a good chance. Okay, Kathy Hochul. Kathy Mary Hochul is an American politician and lawyer who served since 2021 as the 57th governor of New York, a member of the Democratic Party. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry about that, Michelle. I apologize. The first female governor. I think that's awesome. Sorry. I mean, I know about her from the Mondani stuff. I don't think that she has a chance, though. I don't see it. Laura Kelly. Laura Kelly is an American politician serving as the 48th governor of Kansas, a member of the Democratic Party. She represented the 18th. Oh, interesting. So she's like the Democratic Kansas governor with interesting. Interesting. Why is Andy Bashir so high, but I don't even know who Laura Kelly is? That's a big problem for Laura Kelly. Who are you, Laura Kelly? How could you not even be playing that up? I don't know who she is. That's a huge problem, I think. Mark Kelly. Mark Edward Kelly is an American politician and retired astronaut and Navy officer. He is the senior U.S. Senator from Arizona, a seat he has held since 2020. He's a member of the Democratic Party. Mark Kelly's weird, man. Executive experience, none. Media, none. Constitution, none. I think that C tier. I think that he has a better chance than Chris Murphy, but I don't see him having a real clear chance. He's not very charismatic. I don't see it, man. I don't see it. S tier, he's an astronaut. Get out of here. All right, Mary Peltola. Mary Sattler Peltola is an American politician and former tribal judge who served as the U.S. representative from Alaska at-large congressional district from 2022 to 2025. A moderate Democrat, she previously served as a judge on the Orut-Sarumut Native Council's tribal court, executive director of the Kuskokwim, excuse the pronunciations, River Intertribal Fish Commissioner, Bethel City Councilor, and member of the Alaska Representatives. As of 2026, Peltola is the most recent Democrat to have won or held statewide office in Alaska. That's cool. That's really sweet. I love that for her. Who? I don't know who that is. I'm sorry. If I've never heard of you, and that's a bad sign. I don't get that. Michael Bennett is an American attorney and politician serving as the senior U.S. Senator from Colorado, seat he's held since 2009. Member of the Democratic Party, he's appointed to the seat when Senator Ken Salazar became Secretary of the Interior. He previously worked as a managing director at the Ancients Investment Company, chief of staff of Denver Mayor John Hickenlooper, and superintendent of the public schools. Michael Bennett, I don't see as any chance. These C's and D's can kind of be all combined here. They're all just kind of like amorphous governors, and I don't see. I kind of I'm just looking at this is let's see. Let me just see here. Mark Kelly. I think that Bennett. I don't think Elizabeth Warren has a chance. I think she's better than Gretchen Whitmer based on name recognition alone. Okay, let's do this. Mitch Joseph Landrieu is an American lawyer and politician who served as the 61st mayor of New Orleans from 2010 to 2018, a member of the Democratic Party. He previously serves as the 51st lieutenant governor of Louisiana. I think that's cool. He has the executive experience. He does media sometimes. I see him. Louisiana's a red state, so that might be good. I'd probably like a D tier here. Yeah, I don't think so. Nina Turner. Nina Turner is an American politician and television personality, a member of the Democratic Party. She was a Cleveland City Council member from 2006 to 2008 and served in the Ohio Senate from 2008 to 2014. Turner is a self-described democratic socialist whose politics have been variously described as progressive, left-wing, or far left. I think that Nina Turner really gets the media game more so than most. She's like really big in the politics of campaigning. She's really gets that media game more so than most, but I don't think that she has any chance of becoming a president of the United States. I don't think that she even runs. So I think that she's a strong F tier, but I think that she can summon that populist fiery rage. That would be her path, right? That she kind of like really resonates with people that way. That's how I'd see it happening. Peter Paul Montgomery Buttigieg, that's his real name. Peter Paul Montgomery Buttigieg is an American politician and former naval officer who served as the 19th United States Secretary of Transportation from 2021 to 2025, a member of the Democratic Party. He previously served as the 32nd mayor of South Bend, Indiana from 2012 to 2020, which he earned the nickname Mayor Pete. Man, so I think that I like the way that Pete that Buttigieg talks about the Constitution. He really talks about like redoing the Supreme Court. He's not afraid of talking about new and progressive ideas like that. He has the executive experience of being in the mayor's race, right, and in the Biden administration. He has talked openly about climate change, and he does media really well. I think that he has a really good shot at kind of like that path. Um, I think that he comes off as a little inauthentic because he's so rehearsed. His speaking lines seem a little bit too rehearsed, but I think that in general, um, I think he's good. I think that he's a definite A tier, and I think that but because he's been out of politics, he's not a senator. But he can kind of talk about, I don't know. I just don't see him being president. I just don't see him being president. And but he has, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think that he would be good at like something else, senator, mayor of a bigger or governor. I think I would much rather see him be governor first. Um, but I don't know why he isn't going for that angle. I think it's obviously because he wants to run for president. He's just and it felt like that when he was running in what 2016. He was so new and he was so it was like you're like, who is this guy? Like he's running way too young and um not ready to be president. And it was so obvious that he didn't have the qualifications, but he was literally just running so that he could get his name on the plate, right? And he did that, and guess what? He got a U.S. Department of Secretary, transportation because of that. Just because he ran for president, which is weird to me. I just don't see him winning. I just don't see him winning. I think AOC has a way better chance than him. I think Josh Shapiro does have a better chance than him. Maybe is John Ossoff really better than Pete Buttigieg? I think so. Andy Bashir way more so. Maybe this. Maybe Pete behind AOC. He ran for president and did super well despite being completely unknown. That's a good point, Ness. I agree. I do agree. Maybe some name recognition could help him. Ossoff, we're talking about electability here. We're talking about electability. We're not talking about who you want to be president. I think that it's about who's actually going to win. He is on Fox News a lot, and I do think that he medias well there, and that is a good point. I mean, he does. I mean, he clicks all the four things that I've been talking about. AOC doesn't do that, so I think I think that people in John Ossoff doesn't have any executive experience. He doesn't have talking about climate change. He doesn't have media well, and I don't know how he talks about the Constitution. So I think by that measure, he clears all four of my things. So I think that he has to be, I think by definition, he has to be the top. Really, the only three candidates so far that I've talked about and clear all of my criteria are Pete, Kamala, and Gavin. I think those three are the only ones so far. I think that they have a chance of winning. I mean, am I ranking them versus who I want to be president or who I think will be president? That's a good question. But I think it's inexplicable. I can't separate them entirely. But I do think that I think Pete has a good chance. I think Buttigieg has a good chance. Harris has a good chance. Newsom has a good chance. Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah. Okay. I think this is good. I think, yes. I think the best possible way. I actually don't think that Yes, Ossoff has to be ahead of Pete. Pete was transportation secretary, and Ossoff wins even in Georgia. But Ossoff is just so. What are his positions? Because he hasn't ran for president of the United States before, we don't know his who he is, and that's a problem, right? And I think that is a big problem. Pete is liked by Republicans in swing states. Really? Is that realness? I don't know. Is he liked by Republicans? Really? I mean, Andy Beshear's liked by Republicans in swing states. You know, John Ossoff is too. All these people in this tier are very electable in that regard. I think that Pete's more so doing the media turns. He gets that. He also doesn't. He doesn't have a role right now, so he isn't out there. Ossoff isn't hated yet. That's true, Michael. Yeah, he hasn't been out there enough to be exposed in order to actually get, you know, on the chopping block yet. Okay, we'll revisit. Phil Dunton Murphy is an American politician, financier, and former diplomat who served from 2008 to 2026 as the 56th governor of New Jersey. Member of the Democratic Party, is elected governor in 2017 and narrowly reelected in 2021. I didn't know about that. I don't know who you are, dude. I'm sorry. Raphael Gamaliel Warnock is an American politician and mainline Protestant minister in the Baptist tradition, serving as the junior senator from Georgia, seated since 2021. Member of the Democratic Party, Warnock is the senior pastor of Relentless Ebenezer Baptist Church since 2005. I don't see that. It's really sad, honestly, the fact that John Ossoff and Warnock literally have the exact same criteria and stuff, but I don't see that Warnock has the charisma and electability. I don't see his media game. I don't know what he's doing on climate change. Executive experience, none. Constitution, I haven't heard about that. I think that Warnock is like C tier, D tier. D tier maybe. I don't think. Yeah. Okay. Rohit Ro Khanna is an American politician and attorney serving at the U.S. Representatives from California, U.S. Congressional District since 2017. A member of the Democratic Party, he defeated 8-term incumbent Representative Mike Honda in 2016 general election after first running for the same seat in 2014. Khanna also serves as the Deputy Assistant Security Secretary in the United States Department of Commerce under Barack Obama from 2009 to 2011. Ro Khanna is obviously running for president. I think media, he's doing the media game well. He just went to Israel, Palestine for publicity tour, basically. I haven't heard him talk about climate change, but I think that he's definitely definitely progressive on it. Executive experience, none. Constitution, I know that he's for some spicy ideas, but he doesn't have he doesn't have the executive experience. I think that he's going to media well. I think that he's going to pull higher than people expect. So I think that he's probably going to be in the B tier here. I think that because he's willing to kind of be this populist rage that we're going to see kind of really take off, I think that he has a good chance of pulling well, media well, but I don't know anything else. Yeah, he's the progressive wing for sure. Okay. Roy Asbury, Asberry, guys. Okay. Roy Asbury Cooper III is an American politician and lawyer who serves as the 75th governor of North Carolina. Member of the Democratic Party, he is the 50th Attorney General of North Carolina and served as the 50th. Who? I don't know who that is. Ruben Gallego, I've heard of him. Ruben Marina Larena Gallego is an American politician serving as since 2025 as a junior senator from Arizona. Wow, a member of the Democratic Party, served the 2011 to 2014 as a member of the Arizona House of Reps. I heard about him before, but who? Tammy Baldwin. Tammy Susan Green Baldwin is an American politician and lawyer serving since 2013 as the junior U.S. Senator from Wisconsin. A member of the Democratic Party, she also served as the Secretary of the Senate Democratic Caucus since 2017. Baldwin has been the Dean of the U.S. Congressional Delegation from Wisconsin. I don't know. Timothy James Walls, an American politician, former educator, and Army National Guard veteran, serving since 2019 as the 41st governor of Minnesota from 2007 to 2019. He is the member of the U.S. Representatives representing Minnesota's 1st Congressional District. Wallace is a member of the Minnesota Democratic Farmer Labor Party, which affiliates with the National Democratic Party, and he's the party's vice presidential nominee in 2024. Man, Walls is interesting. Walls has so much promise. Like, he is so much promise. He did so well on the campaign trail. Like, I was so shocked at him. I really liked his pick. But the fact that he was willing to get out of the fight, and he quit and he's resigning. I'm shocked at. Like, I can't believe it. Like, I don't think that he's gonna run. I don't think that he wants to fight. Yeah, he looks strained. Exactly. I don't think that he's willing to push it, and that's the problem, is that we need someone that's gonna be like that. So if he did want to run, if he wanted that fire, if he wanted to do that, then I could see it. But now I don't see it. I don't think that there's any chance. I don't think that there's any chance that he runs. He's over national politics, and he's over it in general. So I think that that's just what it is. Okay, Wes Moore. Wes Moore is an American politician, businessman, author, and former U.S. Army officer serving as the 63rd mayor of Maryland. Wes Moore is really interesting. He's one of these people that is really high. I think, like, I've seen him in media. He's good. He's charismatic. I don't know his policy positions on this Constitution. He has executive experience. I don't know him either. I don't know him that well. I think that he's like a solid B tier. Okay, just to go over again, this is where I stand, okay, in terms of my personal biases, okay? Again, so the Constitution, using it as a 2028 Constitution version, not the 1700s Constitution, not playing by two different rules. I wanted a president that has executive experience. Climate change is my biggest thing, but in the media, it has to be a big part in the biggest way that you run your campaign, because that is how people understand your accomplishments. Okay, those are I say this not as, but the point is, but we're doing something different here, right? This is electability. I put this out because those are my biases. Okay, just to just to clear the air. But I do think that this is about electability at the end of the day. I think that, like, we have to get someone that's electable. So, like, who do I think is the most electable of it? But okay, I think in terms of electability, strictly for Democrats to be elected, I do think Gavin Newsom has the best chance. I really do. I I think the whole idea of, like, a California politician doesn't mean anything, in the same way that, like, a New York billionaire businessman didn't mean anything in 2016 for the Republican Party. I think that Gavin Newsom does really well in Republican spaces. He goes there, he's like willing to be honest and open in the same way that like Republicans like to watch my show. In the same way, I'm like, they're, it's fine. They can disagree with me and they like to watch. Kamala Harris has the name recognition. I think that she's awesome, like in the fact that she has that name recognition and she got really close to winning. I think just because she lost doesn't mean that she's a failure. And this is my biggest thing, is that people think that because she lost to Trump that she's like tainted and she's negative. Like, dude, it's 1%, guys. 1% swing in the swing vote in the swing states, and she wins. So I think that could absolutely happen. Do I think that Pete holds my so in my rating, I would put Pete higher than Andy Beshear or John Ossoff, but I do think that Andy Beshear is the most electable of the A class. I think that he definitely is. If the idea is to get the most electable person, Andy Beshear might be one of the most electable. But it's just that he isn't channeling that rage. He isn't talking about democratic issues as much, and he doesn't play the media game as much. But I do think that is important. Same thing with Ossoff. It's very similar, both of them. I don't think that they're just kind of like the middle of the road young white man Democrat. I think that that's just kind of like what it is. And then we have kind of like the B tier here. AOC. I don't think that AOC has a chance at winning the Democratic nomination. I mean, I don't think so. I don't see it happening. Her road is the same as kind of like Mamdani, in the fact that it's a heavy media algorithm game, and she is talking to, like, we saw that video, like she's talking to people like Trump voters, she's connecting with them, she's reaching out to Republican states, in the you thought you knew me, but now when you talk to me, I'm different kind of like, the movement. And I think that could definitely work. JB Pritzker is the same way. Ro Khanna, I feel like I don't think that he has a chance compared to Cory Booker. I think Cory Booker has a better chance. And Josh Shapiro. I think Mark Kelly goes up. Ro Khanna goes down. Mark Kelly, because he's an Arizona senator, he kind of like have that purple edge to him. I don't how the Democrats do their elections in the primary. You need 50% plus one. Like that is the big key in order to win the state. Oh no, sorry, you get proportional delegations. So do I really think that AOC has a less of a chance than Pete Buttigieg? I just don't think that Pete's electable. I don't see him winning. I just don't. I don't know. I don't know why. I think that he's not. Maybe AOC up here. I think AOC is up in the A tier. I think that she has a really good shot at winning. I think she has a good shot. I think AOC in front of Pete. Okay, yeah, I think that's, and then this is like the governor tier. That makes sense to me. These are the charismatic media people that kind of like get the media rounds. That's how they're young, they're new wave politicians. And then you have like the S tier, which is kind of like the grizzled old veterans with the executive experience that could come in. C would be kind of like the old governors that just have that kind of like statesmanly kind of way. Yeah, I think I'm okay with that. I think AOC is so this is based off of electability. It's progressive versus establishment for sure. I totally agree. Um, Obama skyrocketed from pretty unknown freshman senator to POTUS. I mean, man, but dude, like, didn't you watch the 2004 Kerry nomination? Like when Obama gave that speech, it was pretty electrifying. Everyone, I was watching it with my dad, and I was like, this guy's gonna be president one day. This is wild. Like this guy is so good. So I definitely felt it. I felt Obama really early. Um, so mm. I think this is my electability thing. Okay. So here we go. Let's see what 2028 presidential poly market Democrats. Where are we standing? Where do other people think? Um Here we go. Here we go. Let's do the cheat sheet. Here we go, guys. Gavin Newsom at 20%, John Ossoff at 16%. Okay. Okay. AOC at 14%. Okay, we're right on there. Kamala Harris at 8%. Okay. Pete Buttigieg at 5. Josh Shapiro at 5. Wow. Josh Shapiro is very high. That's very high. Andy Bashir, man, wow. Andy Bashir is a huge buy at 2. That is wild cheap. That is wild cheap. Jon Stewart. I think so. Jon Stewart's an interesting thing. Jon Stewart is one of those things where like he should definitely run, but he's doesn't want to. He kind of like he is that personality, that media personality that could definitely win, but I don't think that he wants to win because he doesn't feel he's qualified to win. So that's why. I think Andy Bashir is the stand in a way the buy here. That is wild. Um Yeah, put $20 on Andy Bashir, and that could be $100. That could be 100. He is, yeah. Stewart is a lab leaker. That and he got caught up in those stupid COVID conspiracies, and it really showed like he was very dangerous. He was very dangerous during that, and I'll never forgive him for that. It was very embarrassing. Um, but yeah, I think Gavin Newsom far and away is going to be the winner. I think for sure. John, that's interesting. That's interesting. Okay. Okay, so this is the electability thing, right? Um, I think if you guys want me to do who I want to be the president of the United States, okay, who I think should win, who I think would win. Um, let's see. Reset. I think who I think should be president is Gavin. I think Kamala Harris, AOC. Let me see this. Let me do this and I'll explain it. Yeah, I don't think anyone else. Okay. Mm, yeah, I think that's it. So I think like you have, these are the people the top 3 are the only ones that have really met all 4 of my criteria. Understand the modern constitution, have executive experience, think that climate change is a big deal, and can actually work the media well. These 3 are really the only politicians that have all of those. And that's it. I really do like AOC later. I like her as a politician. I like her as a person. I like, but I think that she would be a poor president right now. Would I be happy if she became president? Yeah. Obviously, yeah, I would be very happy about that. But I think that she would be a bad move to go. So these are the people that are my standout picks. These are the people that the order that I would vote for them in. Like I'm 99% going to vote for Gavin Newsom in the primary. If I was ranked choice voting, this is who I would rank choice vote. That's it. It's been said. It's been said. We did it. We did it. That's it. The definitive Democratic presidential tier lists. The best one. The best and only one. Nobody's doing this. Nobody's doing this. If you like the video, please like and subscribe. Thank you for hanging out. I'll see you on the next one. Appreciate you. All right. Did it. We did it. No, thank you. Thank you, Kathy. What's up? When people around Ohio say they voted against Kamala, most people say they seemed like she was drunk. So just remember, these people will be voting too. I think, dude, I think that there's going to be a different aura with Kamala Harris running now. She's going to be running her own campaign with her own swag, her own angle. And she was kind of running with Biden's campaign before, but now she has her own team. I think that she's a good chance. Oh, Kamala is risky. Oh, Michelle, I think the opposite actually. I think there's a good chance that any Democrat wins the next election. It's just a good chance that any Democrat wins, which is again the reason why Trump sabotages the election, is because there's a very, very, very good chance that any Democrat wins. Just like in 2008, any Democrat basically beats George W. Bush in 2008, beats the Republican Party because of George W. Bush in 2008. So what that means is and Marco Rubio even said it. Like, there's a good chance that people in the Trump administration are going to jail. So you might have them just saying like, dude, we have to make a Republican president indefinite because we're there's no other way to do it. Yeah, so yeah, that's what I think. Let's see, guys. Let's see. I just don't think that anyone's going to come out. I think a lot of people are going to come out. I think a lot of people are going to come out in this election. I think people are going to be sick of it. People are going to be really sick of it. I think a lot of people are a lot of people that weren't previously impacted by Trump's policies are being impacted now. I think it really makes a big difference. Okay, past my bedtime, read me a bedtime story. Sure, for sure. Absolutely. All right. Let's see here. What do we have here? Rubio is a spineless politician, molds to whatever power of his own. Yes, exactly. But man, what a good way of existing during this time. You know what I mean? You're such a good. You got to be amorphous. You got to be.
I used to be a science teacher in the public schools in Australia.
No, you weren't.
And
oh my God, so loud. I'm so sorry. Let's see here. Just trying to see if there's anything that we can like watch or. That sounded like a wake up story. One second, guys. See if there's anything that we can watch together. Okay, one second. All right, see you, Ness. Okay. Okay. I mean, man, freaking how could I have Pete Buttigieg as my number 3 and that wasn't good enough for you, man? Never satisfied. Never sat. You didn't put Sherrod Brown. Oh, you know what? The tier list was just made up already. There were some that there were some people that I didn't that could be on there, but Sherrod Brown, I don't think that he's running. He lost in the Senate and he just kind of is just kind of over it. So my loyalties, your loyalties. All right, see ya. Oh, he is running for Senate? Oh, okay. Good.
Across America, one unlikely issue is uniting Democratic candidates.
Okay. Wanted to talk about we could watch this video together. Boom, 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 boom. All right. He lost to Moreno last time. Trump dumped money on his race. Oh, interesting. Okay. Interesting. All right. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, Democrats still don't understand affordability.
Across America, one unlikely issue is uniting Democratic candidates. The idea that you should not have to pay taxes. Left-wing insurgent candidates.
I think we need to be freezing property tax for seniors. If you paid off your home at some point, we can't expect you to keep up with property taxes that are going up. Now, how do we pay for
What? Dude, that is such a bad idea, guys. That is so bad. Like, that is literally, guys, we literally have that in California right now, and it is called Prop 13, and it is absolutely an atrocious idea. The idea that you don't have to pay property taxes as your house appreciates just means that basically it keeps homes frozen with people that, you know, a full house is lived in by 2 people. Empty nesters don't move out of their house. They should. The empty nesters need to get out of their house. I'm sorry. It just, you need to get out. like get an apartment or something that's smaller, downsize or something. Like the idea that you buy one house and that should be your house forever. I think that it's an old, antiquated way of living. Like there should be communities of older people that can live together and have fun and share likeness, in activities. This idea that freezing property taxes in California, what happens is that basically that means that billionaire companies have that same loophole. So that means that their property taxes don't go up because all their businesses are all inherited by some nonsense. And it's just such a bad idea. So I hate this idea.
For that. Well, again, if we tax billionaires, their wealth.
More moderate candidates.
Here's my big idea. It's very simple, that no American pays taxes on their first $75,000 worth of earnings.
And everyone in between.
And if you're making $80,000 a year, or if you're a married couple making under $161,000 a year, you're going to get a tax cut.
I am someone that...
I mean, like, I do think that you should pay some taxes. Just the idea of like, we're really talking about federal income tax here. I think that's the big key. The federal income tax. I think that you should pay taxes, but you should get a lot more out of it. And it's harder for us to make the case for a lot of federal job programs or a lot of federal programs in general if you're not paying anything into taxes. Even if it's like a small percentage is better than nothing. I think that it just makes it more of a group buy-in kind of thing. People care more about their money being spent wisely, that kind of thing. So I do think that it is okay. Earned income tax credit and stuff. I think that is a good idea if you are like in poverty, but once you start making more, then it makes more sense to me.
Cares about liberal politics and the future of the Democratic Party. And I think this is pretty unstable ground for a political movement that allegedly cares about building a great American society. So why is this happening? Why are so many Democrats talking about tax cuts all of a sudden? Well, there's a few reasons, but let's start with everyone.
Right now, let me show you where it is, where the actual tax code is. Okay. So if you are on the left-hand side here, okay, these are the current policies that we have. If you make between $0 and $11,000, you're paying 10%, 11 and 45, 12%, 45 to 95, you're paying 22%, 95 to 182, you're paying 24%, right? The problem isn't that these people are paying any tax. The problem is that billionaires paid zero income tax, right? That's the problem. Because you can, increase this rate up higher. So if we just increased it to the Eisenhower levels, right? The top 91%, we can see how much it changes. So we can look at this right now. Let's explore this. Okay. So if we have the current law, okay, look at the revenue here. Revenue 5.21, right? If we go to the Eisenhower plan, which doesn't change anything on anything but the top marginal tax rates. Now we've gone from what? 5.2 to 6.62. And the deficit is decreased by half. So from $2 trillion down to $1 trillion. That's it. That's it. That simple change. Actually having people that make more than $578,000 a year actually pay a percentage so that they can't accrue so much wealth. It reduces the deficit by half. So the idea that you need to go through here and make this zero, this zero, this zero. This is what Mark Kelly was talking about, right? Anything less than 95,000. Well, you just increased the deficit by, almost $1 trillion. So you almost increased it by half. It's like, that's a lot. You've increased the deficit by half, guys. That's a lot. What's Trump's plan? Trump's plan is it's the current law. So that's what it is. So it is possible, but you gotta get something out of it.
One's favorite buzzword these days, affordability. Everybody's talking about affordability, the affordability agenda, affordability politics. You've heard it all before, I'm sure. And you can't deny the appeal. Both left-wing and more centrist type Democrats have utilized this message to great effect. Affordability and being anti the Trump administration's corruption are two of the big pillars that unite Democrats these days. But affordability is a vague term, and different candidates have interpreted it to mean different things. A lot of Democrats trying to position themselves as affordability candidates or pro-affordability in some way have tried to make tax cuts a core part of their message. Again, the logic is powerful. Just campaign on putting money back in people's pockets and then boom, you're the affordability guy, right? That simple. Unfortunately, no. And this actually misses the whole reason why affordability messaging is popular in the first place. Affordability.
Dude, we need to massively increase taxes in this country. That's just what it is. I'm sorry. Like it is way better for us in order to generate more revenue by exploring these options. Like look how like an estate tax, increasing the estate tax, something like that, or capital gains rates, or changing. If we go back to the current law, you could go to wealth tax. A wealth tax on $50 million a year. Now we're raising $600 billion a year just on that wealth tax. Taxing borrowed against. So this is kind of like that tax loophole that they have. Financial transaction tax, billionaire minimum tax, stock buyback tax, right? Closed carried interest loopholes. Now, just on those things, we're increasing our revenue by almost $900 billion a year. So our deficit went from 2 to 1.1 just on those alone. So we need more taxes. We desperately need like more taxes. That's the problem. And especially we need a wealth tax. I think that is the biggest no-brainer that we have, is honestly the idea that these 100 billionaires are just accruing massive amounts of wealth because they're not paying any income tax on that. So we need some minimum tax that they have to pay on that, guys. That we have to. It's just it's wild. It's mind-boggling. And we only think about income tax, but in reality, we need to be thinking about wealth too. The idea that these people are allowed to be so gluttonous and to take so much for themselves without actually contributing anything to society is egregious.
Is about goods, housing, medical care, transportation, these basic essentials that everybody needs being perceived as too expensive. It's about feeling like you're getting nickeled and dimed every time you go to the store. Our effective tax rates are just not historically high or anything right now. Nobody likes taxes, but that's just the truth. Gallup did a poll asking people what they thought their top 4 financial problems were. Far and away, the most commonly cited concern was cost of living or inflation generally, followed by energy and gas prices, the cost of housing, and the cost of healthcare. Only 6% of people mention taxes. If your pitch to be the affordability candidate right now is just a tax cut, you're missing what people are saying whenever they talk about life being unaffordable. What a tax cut is easy. It requires no vision and no original thinking about how to use the immense power that voters entrust government officials with to solve the problems of the voters. Effective affordability rhetoric targets something specific that's making life more expensive. Check out this clip from Governor Abigail Spanberger.
No Virginian should have to choose between filling a prescription and paying for groceries. But that is the reality for far too many families. So let's start with prescription drugs. Right now, pharmacy benefit managers, the middlemen known as PBMs, are driving up the cost of medications while pocketing the savings for themselves. They steer patients away from local pharmacies, harming and hurting rural, independently owned pharmacies. They claw back payments from small businesses, and they make it harder for Virginians to afford the medications they need. This has to stop. Our legislation will require that rebates go back to patients, not corporate middlemen.
Or for a more left-wing perspective, this clip from Mayor Mamdani.
The first plank of our plan is all about building. We have set two of the most ambitious housing targets in modern New York City history. First, we are delivering on a promise we made during the campaign. Over the next decade, city government will build 200,000 new, affordable, rent-stabilized homes.
This isn't a leftist versus centrist thing. Both of these politicians are, in their own ways, taking a swing at solving a specific problem, making a specific thing cheaper. Let's take the...
Yeah, I think that you have to do that. Like, especially with housing specifically, a lot of the problem, at least in California, which I know better, it's not the money to build these houses. It's the local city ordinances that they have to get permits for, and it's hard. These local places don't want to build them, so it's clearing all those fees, getting all that done. That's so there's a bunch of top-down pressure, right, that from the governor's office, from Newsom, and but they're just being stopped at the local level, and that's the problem that we're seeing. So, but a lot of these I mean, my problem with a lot of these stuff is, like, it's so cheap. It really, like, once you start actually taxing people to billionaires and people that are accruing so much exorbitant wealth, like, it doesn't, it's so cheap, guys, these programs that they're talking about. I mean, it's almost laughable. You're like, I mean, like, come on, man. So like, paid family and medical leave. Paid family and medical leave is $250 billion, 0.25 trillion. The defense budget alone is $1.5 billion now. Like, it's like, come on, dude. Like, it's actually kind of a joke. The affordable housing measures, okay? So this is a 2 million affordable units over a decade, plus expanded rental assistance, okay? That's $75 billion. That's less than what we paid for in the war in Iran already. We could have had a national affordable housing bill that actually made a difference for 2 million affordable units, 2 million homes. Like these problems are easily solved, but it's just that they refuse to solve them. Like, they require spending money, right? Instead of, like, asking for affordable housing, we should say, yeah, we will pay taxes, right? Call the bluff of the billionaires, right? Yeah, we'll pay a little bit more in taxes. Why don't you pay any taxes? Well, what? I'm paying 20%. Why aren't you paying any? Because if the common folk, pay, say we want to pay zero taxes, well, the billionaire is going to say, well, we want zero taxes too, right? It doesn't look good on social media. Right? It just doesn't look good. And I think that you actually get more out of it from the optics point of view when you're getting something, you're paying into it and getting a lot more out of it. And that's how government programs should work, right? That our dollar should be spent in taxes to the point where it's developing something that's uniquely different that can only happen at the federal level. That's what we need for a lot of this stuff. I mean, even what she was talking about up there, it's like, really? Is that really what we want to spend our money on? It's just, I don't know. We need something more universal. We need something that's more of an impact than just than that stuff. I don't know. We'll have to see.
Problem of housing unaffordability as an example. Ineffective affordability messaging says housing costs too much. We're going to lower your taxes so you can afford to pay more for housing. Why would this be ineffective? Well, first, it's just not listening to what people are actually asking for. People aren't asking to pay more for housing, to have more money to spend on paying for housing. They're asking to pay less for housing. They're asking to see the number that they pay for housing go down. And this does not address that at all. The second reason I don't like that.
Okay, so Medicare drug negotiations, that's something that she was talking about. That's $100 billion. That costs us $100 billion. Okay. That's $100 billion, right? Expands Medicare drug price negotiations to all drugs. The VA already negotiates and pays 40 to 50% less. Universal health care wouldn't cost us. We would have to pay for universal health care. So universal health care, single payer healthcare, replacing private insurance, gross cost is offset by eliminating premiums and administrative overhead. The figure here is the net. So fully phased in healthcare is around $450 billion a year. So, but that's not that much. Again, like the fact that that's a lot of money. Okay, so just $450 billion or $500 billion is actually less than what the defense budget is increasing by in Trump's budget in the next year. Think about that. We're going from an $800 billion defense budget to $1.5 trillion or $1,500 billion. So we're going from 800 billion to 1,500 billion. And instead, we could spend that 700 billion on universal health care for the entire country. You read that, you heard that right, ladies and gentlemen. Like these are choices, right? It's going to cost us money, right? In order to have healthcare, universal healthcare. You should accept that. Be like, yeah, we're willing to pay for it too. Yes, because you're actually paying less. So for each person, change nothing else, keeping everything the same. We just have a universal health care. Guess what? That means that per person, you save the bottom 50%. That's $1,200 a person a year that they're saving. Middle class, $1,300 per person per year. So we would save money as the individual would save money, even with the increased costs here. It's all a choice, guys. It's all a choice. You know, like it would increase the deficit by right. It's increasing the deficit to 2.46, but this is easily done. All you do is put a, let's say you tax wealth, boom, done. Oh my gosh, easy. So we just taxed people that are $50 million more in wealth, and we just paid for it. Boom, next problem. Like these are all decisions that we make. We choose not to have universal health care. Yeah, it's sad. It's sad.
Kind of message is that it just wouldn't work. The reason that housing is so expensive right now is that there's not enough housing. We can see this in cities that build a lot of housing.
Oh.
Their prices are lower than
Dude, stop the stupidity. 5 gifted. Thank you so much. 5 gifted in YouTube. Thank you so much. Stop the stupidity. You're a legend. Thank you so much, man.
in cities that don't build a lot of housing and have really high demand. There's more people competing for fewer houses. Unless there's an increase in supply that accompanies that tax cut, the cost of housing is just going to get bid up because now everyone has a little bit more money to spend. In other words, the rising cost of housing will just eat your tax cut and nobody will be better off. And people will be more mad than they were before because now they're spending more money. People are looking for prices to fall. If your proposal does not even in theory make prices fall, people will not feel like you are the affordability candidate. Effective affordability messaging on housing has to tackle the housing supply piece. A more centrist coded version of this might be something like cutting red tape and making it easier to build. A more left-wing coded version of this might be massive investments in new public housing. Again,
yeah, I mean, but I think you have to have both, right? You have to have more housing. We don't have plenty of housing, Ruben. We need more houses. We need houses based off of how many houses that the reason why housing it keeps going up is specifically this. Like and honestly, it's a really toxic idea. I don't know when this happened, but like the idea that housing should be an investment is so wild to me. Like in the 1900s, that was not how it was. Like like basically housing stayed the same for like in the fact that you had massive and massive deployments of new houses all throughout the country that were being paid for by massive amounts of loans that were from like the World War II VA loans and all these type of things, right? And the expansion and creation of things like the mortgage, right? The mortgage is a political tool that was invented in order to get more people into homes. I mean, mortgages didn't exist all the time, guys, right? We created that through legislation, and that's what made these banks actually have to start giving them to people, right? And that's just the reality. We need another style mortgage, I think. And it probably should be in the guise of like converting renting credits into a house down payment. Like I I think that you should be able to accrue good rental credits to the point where you can use that as kind of like as a house down payment on a home. A rent to own or something like that. Yeah, like some way of like in good faith, this is what I've been doing. This is what I've been putting in, and it give me like something to show that I'm going to be a good homeowner after that. Like I think that makes a lot of sense in order to do that. I think that we need legislation in order to do that, right? Because the mortgage didn't come without legislation, right? And this isn't going to come without legislation as well. So that's what it is. Well, a 50-year mortgage, yeah. I mean, but also the problem with the 50-year mortgage is that with the high percentage costs, now you're just paying like 2 or 3 times the cost of the home, right? That's also the problem. Like the big problem is the idea that a home should be an investment vehicle. Because again, like the United States for the longest time, home property values weren't skyrocketing like a stock. They were constantly building homes, and they said, fuck your property values. We're going to buy more homes because we need more Americans in homes. That was the number one way that, that's what we did. Right. But now, unfortunately, we've created this system where now people see property and homes as an investment, it's extremely caustic to this whole, it's very toxic to this whole thing. I think it's a huge problem.
I don't really care which side of this you're on. This isn't a leftist versus centrist thing, but you have to address the thing that's actually being complained about, the high price of housing. Compensating people for high prices with a tax cut is not addressing the thing that people are actually complaining about. Another problem with making your affordability pitch all about tax cuts is that it's something you are always going to get outflanked by Republicans on.
Yeah.
100% of the time, Republicans will be willing to go farther cutting taxes, and voters will just believe Republicans more when they say they want to cut taxes because, like it or not, this has been part of the Republican brand for a long time. There is one exception here, though. If a Democrat is trying to pitch themselves as the affordability candidate, there is one tax that I would absolutely recommend talking about cutting: tariffs. Democrats cannot be outflanked by Republicans on cutting tariffs because Trump and the Republicans have made tariffs part of their brand.
I always say tariffs is the most beautiful word to me in the dictionary. Then I was reprimanded by the fake news. They said, what about love, religion, and God? I said, I agree. Let's put God number one. Let's put Religion, number 2. Love, I don't know. We got to put that number 3, I guess, right? And then it's tariff.
Tariffs are also
Okay, cringe. Okay, I mean, so here, I'm surprised that he didn't mention this. So I think like a great tax to put on here, genuinely, guys, is the federal land value tax. Okay, a 1% tax on unimproved land value, so not buildings. Okay, so if someone has a plot of land that they are not building on, you tax it. That's $100 billion right there. Right? That's the idea. If they've bought it and they're sitting on it and they're squatting on it and it's just an empty lot and they've invested into it and they're not doing anything with it, tax that thing, dude. Tax it. Right? It's not a property. It's not increasing your property taxes. There's no buildings. If there's a building on it, we're not taxing the buildings. Right? But it's the unimproved land value. I think that's a great idea. It's a great idea.
a kind of tax that directly impacts the price of goods. A tariff on imported food makes food more expensive. It's that simple. This is the exact kind of thing that's driving affordability concerns. Tariffs are also just bad for the economy generally. They're not good all around. If you're a Democrat and you're looking to make a tax cut part of your affordability pitch, I would highly recommend hammering on tariffs. So that's one reason why so many Democrats
tariffs are such a bad idea too, because they don't generate that much, basically. Like they just don't. Like it doesn't make any sense to really like push on tariffs because you don't get much out of it. So like this is our current law, like what we have right now. If you go through tariff, like all you're doing, like in order to get, let's say, to get that $100 billion, the same thing that in order to get that $100 billion or 0.1 trillion from the same as the federal land value tax of 1%, you have to increase the cost of all of our goods and services by 6%. Right? That doesn't make any sense, dude. That doesn't make any sense. A wealth tax, right? A 5% wealth tax on anything more than $50 million gets you, in order to get that much amount of money, guys, you would have to tariff our goods at 30%. Who's going to do that? Right? It puts into proportion how much wealth is out there above 50 million. If like, think about that. Imagine a tariff that Trump does on every single goods and service of 30%. All your things that you import are now 30% more expensive. Or you generate that income by taxing wealth over 50 million, 5%. 5%. All the goods and services that you import by 30% versus wealth over 50 million, only 5%, guys. That it really goes to show how much wealth has been hoarded by these billionaires when you look at numbers like that. It's wild to me, man.
Doing the tax cut thing right now because they're missing the point of what makes affordability messaging so powerful. But another important reason that Democrats are leaning into tax cuts right now is that I think this is the only way a lot of Democrats feel like they can appeal to Republicans or Republican-leaning independents. I have to say, I've been a little surprised at some of the overlap I've seen online between the people who want Democrats to appeal to Republicans in order to win elections and people furiously calling out the tax cut wing of the Democratic Party as sloppulous demagogues. I'm sorry, but where did you get the idea that appealing to more conservative voters was going to result in good technocratic policy? I'm obviously giving people a little bit of a hard time here. I understand that what a lot of these folks wanted was for Democrats to be marginally less woke and to make it easier to build housing. Maybe my perspective on this is informed by living in a red state, but demagoguery against taxes is like core to what motivates a lot of Republican voters. I swear, for as long as I can remember, every time Texas has voted on new constitutional amendments, there's been like 3 different property tax carve-outs that Republicans have put up to a vote. Lots of Republicans in Texas want to straight up abolish property taxes altogether and replace them either with nothing in particular or a sales tax that would disproportionately hurt the poor. They love.
Well, I mean, this is the problem with having no income tax in Texas. And this is the thing. Like, people always say how, like, oh man, how great it is to live in a state like Texas or something, but all their property taxes are insanely high. And people always try to say about California, how bad it is to live in California. But guess what? The property taxes is actually pretty cheap compared to a lot of states. It just is. Like, the effective tax rate of California is lower than the effective tax rate of Texas. It is. It just is, because exactly what he's talking about, trying to nickel and dime people. They have to have these rates so high that now you have all these special interest carve out groups. It's very nefarious. It's really, really unfortunate.
Some tax demagoguery. It's frankly insane, but it's what you should expect more of if your plan for winning over moderates or Republicans has nothing to do with narrative and is just about rank political triangulations. Politicians won't just get slightly less woke and more pro-YIMBYism. They will also demagogue against taxes. Just to be clear, I oppose this. I think it's a bad development. That's why I mentioned earlier how difficult it was to outflank Republicans on taxes. But let's think for a second about why politicians who want to take a triangulation, moderation approach might settle on a tax cut as a way to appear more moderate. If you're a politician that's worried about appearing too progressive, you have a lot of conflicting incentives. First, you obviously feel like you need to do something to make voters think of you as more moderate, so you've got to find something that has some plausible appeal to Republican or at least Republican-leaning independent voters. Second, you presumably believe in things. That's hopefully part of the reason why you decided to get into politics in the first place, even if you thought it would be electorally optimal to sell out some oppressed group for votes. You probably don't want to do that because it's not what you believe. It's also worth considering that anything you end up making part of your campaign needs to be at least a little coherent with your stated beliefs, with your values, or nobody's going to buy it. People won't believe you if you just start randomly twisting in the wind on your most core values. And third, you have to make it through your primary. Any big landmark policy position that you take has to be at minimum acceptable to the primary voters. Most Democratic primary candidates can't just be out there talking about how they really want to work with Trump and get along with the Republicans and expect to win their primary. So what does this leave for our Democrat who's trying to appear more moderate? Well, tax cuts present themselves as a pretty elegant solution because you can frame them like this.
The median American, again, 85% less taxes. But we're doing that by unrigging the system and making billionaires and the largest corporations pay their fair share.
The cut tax.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. I can't emphasize enough, and you can really tell with the calculator and stuff. It's just the amount that billionaires take from the system is so egregious, man. It really is. I can see why people would want to say, like, well, it's not fair. I should have lower taxes just like this billionaire, but I don't know.
Taxes on the middle class and below, raise taxes on the billionaires routine allows you to talk about tax cuts, something that in theory at least appeals to more moderate voters while still sounding acceptable to primary voters. I'm sure there's more issues like this. Please let me know if you can think of any in the comments that can be framed in a way that appeals to Republicans and primary voters. But I think this is part of the appeal of talking about tax cuts. To her,
I mean, what taxes do I think that should be cut? I don't know. I don't. The problem is that historically our taxes are so low, and if we care about the debt, and Republicans do care about the debt, I wouldn't talk about taxes necessarily. I would talk about debt and wealth. I think those are the big things. They should absolutely we should be, if we wanted to appeal to Republican voters for whatever reason, I would talk about the debt. I think that absolutely makes sense. Do you oppose buying real estate as an investment? But the goal of the government shouldn't be for that, like, real estate to be an investment. It should be, the goal should be not protecting home values. It should be in protecting Americans to be in homes. Like, the goal should be Americans being in homes, not property values. Like, that's the crazy thing. Like, again, you think that when they were giving all these loans, these veteran like loans after World War II, and all these people were going in and they're building, or they're demolishing all of these places and just putting up suburbia everywhere from coast to coast, they worried about protecting home values? No, home values were low because they were building more homes and they were giving more money in the form of veteran like benefits in order to get people into those homes. So they didn't care about home prices. Like, no, dude, they didn't care. They wanted people to be homed. That's it. 41%. I think it's I don't think it's 41% right now. I don't think the capital gains rate is 41%, dude. I think it's like 20%. Current USA capital gains rate. Yeah, 0, 15, or 20%. Ordinary income and ordinary income tax rates up to 37%, but that's not capital gains, dude. No, if you don't hold a stock for more than a year, then it's taxed at your normal income rate. But yeah, not 41%, bro. What are you talking about?
Credit, one politician that's not participating in this race to outcompete Republicans on tax cuts is AOC. She said, when you actually look at the totality of what's being put forward, we are seeing a total gutting of a resource base. If people want to choose between whether they want guaranteed healthcare or a 5% tax rebate, people are going to want guaranteed healthcare. It's not to say that I object to any and all tax cuts or tax rebates, right? We can help people who are struggling, but I don't think that the biggest impact in how you help someone and how we help people make ends meet is through that avenue. And fair.
Ruben, I mean, we can literally see, bro. We can see right now. Let's we can explore it, right? I don't even think that, like, the current law, like imagine capital gains is right here. So we're going from a $2 trillion deficit to like, it doesn't change it at all, dude. It's like not even a good tax to increase. Look, like it doesn't even impact. Like, you know what I mean? Like, bro, like it's nothing. So yeah, I don't think that that makes any sense, man. Because it's not a big tax. Not a lot of people generate a lot of wealth through stocks. So revenue peaks at 28 to 30%, push it higher, and investors simply realize fewer gains. It doesn't make any sense. I don't think Biden wanted to put it to 40 either. I think that you're lied to, man. That wasn't true.
Enough. I think this is exactly right. Progressives will often cite the social democratic states of Europe as a model. In those countries, rich people pay higher taxes, yes, but middle-class people also pay a lot more in taxes than middle-class people in the United States do. They do not sustain their more expansive social services purely by taxing the rich. Many of you will already know this, but most countries comparable to the US have something called a value-added tax, which is kind of like a sales tax. That's the closest thing to it that we have in the United States. For the purposes of this video, it's mostly important to know that the VAT rate is much higher than what Americans usually pay in sales tax. Denmark, Sweden, and Norway all have VAT rates of 25%, much higher.
So we can look at that too. I put that in here. This is kind of interesting. The VAT is really interesting. So we reset it. We have nothing. We have the current model, and if we just increase the VAT, so use 25%, even like a 10%. If we wanted a value-added tax on everything, VAT is a value-added tax. A 5% value-added tax, the consumption tax every other rich country uses. At $1.4 trillion a year, it is the single largest untapped federal revenue source. Regressive unless paired with rebates. And so that means that it's on everything. So it's kind of like a sales tax. It would be like an increased sales tax, but it would get us debt free, right? An added 10% value added tax gets us debt free by 2042. Like that. Do you know what I mean? Like if Republicans were actually serious about the debt, easy, done, right? That's $2.8 trillion a year that we could have. We have a $1 trillion increase in surplus. How high is that percentage? Well, I mean, it would be 10% increase on all goods and services. So everything. So, and the problem is that it's regressive in the fact that every single person pays it, even like the poor. So progressive, it's progressive. Our tax rate is progressive because see how it's lower for people that have lower income, and then as you increase it, you still, even if you're making over $1 million a year, on your first 11K, you're still paying 10%. On your first 145K, you're paying 12. On the next 45, you're paying 22. See, it's like it adds. So it's regressive in the value add tax because every single person pays the 10% or whatever it is, 5%. And it's the same across the board. And as a percentage of the wealth that you have and the income that you have, it's disproportionately harms the poor. So that's why it's kind of a bad idea.
Than any state's sales tax. It's not like the necessity of taxes to fund a social safety net is a new insight or anything. I'm not breaking new ground here. This is what Walter Mondale, Democratic candidate against Reagan in 1984, had to say about taxes in his convention speech.
Let's tell the truth. That must be done. It must be done. Mr. Reagan will raise taxes, and so will I. He won't tell you. I just did.
That is not based, but geez, that is very tough. I mean, I genuinely do think that we should be increasing taxes, guys. I really do. Like, but disproportionately higher on wealthy people. Like that is what it is, like that's what I think, so value added tax, if we added a 10% tax, the highest that you could possibly get per year, that means the bottom 50% of people over here. Sorry, if we added the value added tax, that means that the lower 50%, this shows why it's regressive. Basically, the bottom 50% pay $6,000 a year. So it is a lot. The middle class would pay an extra $7,000 a year. So that's it. So where can we get the money for universal health care? Really easily, dude. Like I was saying, you do the federal land value added tax, or you just do the wealth tax wealth. That's it. I mean, you literally only have to tax wealth over $50 million at 5%, and that's it. That's it. I mean, it just is like, look at this difference. We generate $600 billion a year just on that wealth tax, and universal health care only costs $450 billion. So we still have less debt. We've actually decreased the debt by 10%, the deficit by 10%. We've gone from $2 trillion to 1.8. Like it's really simple. Like we should be increasing taxes on rich people. We should be.
Now, Mondale lost that election badly, but the truth is Reagan did need to raise taxes, and he did so multiple times. He cut taxes dramatically in 1981, but this ballooned the deficit. The government was spending more money than it was taking in. And in the absence of any significant cuts to total federal spending from Reagan, in fact, Reagan actually increased spending. The only solution was to raise taxes because you can only spend at that big of a deficit for so long. It's unsustainable. This is the unavoidable math of
Until
the
now.
federal budget that even people who have an ideological commitment to cutting taxes, like Ronald Reagan, have to face. In the past, I've talked about getting rid of the filibuster. Sometimes people ask me how I expect Democrats to campaign on eliminating the filibuster. Do people really care about some archaic procedural rule? My response is usually something like, don't campaign on eliminating the filibuster, campaign on what you're going to do after you eliminate the filibuster. Instead of trying to make the very concept of taxes into an applause line like Mondale there, Democrats should talk about what we want to use taxes to do. This shouldn't be an afterthought.
Yes.
If we're asking people to give the government money, we should be making sure that they're getting way more than their money's worth out of the government. If they're not, people will hate us.
I mean, look at just on that point, guys. Look at that. So this is the reality. Current law, right? We only changed taxing wealth on Wall Street, right? We've generated $625 billion a year. We've spent $450 billion a year. So that means that we have $200 billion to play with. Okay, what do you guys want to do with that $200 billion now? We could do permanent child tax credit, $300 a month. Every parent gets $300 a month per kid. Okay, how about that? How about free public college? Done. There we go. So our next generation has free public college and a permanent child tax credit and universal health care. And all we had to do was tax wealth over $50 million, 5%. And we can look at the bottom here. That means that the average person, right? The average person, the bottom 50% of income is actually going to make $1,700 more per year per person. That means that the middle class is going to take home $2,000 per person per year. I mean, we're like, these are so easy, guys. Like once you start generating more revenue, it's so simple. And there's so many ways to generate revenue that we aren't doing. And the problem is that this video is exactly right. We've only been playing the Republicans' game, which is cutting taxes. And when you're just decreasing revenue after decreasing revenue, but look at, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? I mean, this isn't even exploring things like at the bottom here, defense budget reduction. You could do a 50% cut, right? From $900 billion to $450 billion. That's $450 billion that you could add and play around with. Then you could do things like universal pre-K, universal free school meals, baby bonds. Now we're actually really playing with some awesome stuff here, right? Now we can do paid family and medical leave, all right? And universal childcare. Done. Like, again, so we've done two things. We've decreased the defense budget, and we had an increased tax on $50 million by 5%, and we were able to get universal health care, Medicare for all, paid family and medical leave, universal child care 0 to 5, permanent child tax credit $300 a month per kid, free public college, free universal pre-K, universal free school meals, and baby bonds. So that means per person, The bottom 50%, that's going to be about $3,000 a year per person in benefits. The middle class is going to get around $3,700 a person per year in benefits. Like, again, like it's honestly so simple. It's ridiculous that we don't do these like small things, but if we're only looking at tax cuts, that's what it is. We should be looking at tax increases. We should be looking to increase taxing. And just think about all the ways that your life would improve based off of this 5% wealth tax. And then imagine all these billionaires being like, you can't tax me 5%. That's not fair. That's not fair. You can't tax me 5% so you can pay for universal health care, paid family leave, universal child care, permanent child tax credit, free public college, free pre-K, universal free school meals, baby bonds. No, I need that. I need that 5%. I need it. They would look like fools, bro. They would look like absolute fools. That would not, they would look like it. I dare them. You would dare them to make such a publicly stupid comment. Like, so it's like we have the capabilities, guys.
American liberals ought to believe in the power of the government to coordinate.
How could you integrate universal healthcare without affecting the salaries of medical workers, bro? That the money, it's about who pays for the medical care. It would be from the same place. It would be from, it's a so it's called single payer private provider. The single payer is the government. The payer, the provider is a private person. So it's not the government that's actually providing these things. It's a private business. So you have medical salaries in other parts of the world, bro. It's like the idea that we wouldn't have research and development, or we wouldn't have a medical industry with universal healthcare is just wrong. Bobby, yes, exactly. The rich whining imitation. It's so gluttonous, man. It's so Joey, bro, what's up, man? We are exploring affordability. I made this little calculator that basically allows us to explore different tax rates. So like we were talking about how if just a 5% tax, 5% wealth tax on 50 million and above, okay, would generate $625 billion a year, and decreasing the defense budget by $450 billion would generate to give us enough cash to pay for paid family and medical leave, universal child care, permanent child tax credit, $300 a month per kid, free public college, free pre-K, universal free school meals, and baby bonds. Yeah, I did. Yeah, you can simecon.app. It's like it's a calculator, like trying to explore different ideas, and it's actually cool. You can load different plans here. So the Nordic model, Eisenhower tax plans, the DSA program. The DSA program is pretty interesting. I'm gonna probably make a separate video just on that. Bernie progressive, balancing the budget. Yeah, it is pretty cool. Thank you, man. So yeah, the DSA program is one of those ones where people are like, oh my gosh, there's no way. But like, honestly, it actually isn't that bad, guys. It's actually, the DSA plan actually taxes less than Eisenhower era 1950s taxes. It's just, it's a choice, guys. It's a choice. Eisenhower, look at the corporate income tax rate, 52%. 52% in Eisenhower's plan. And the DSA's corporate tax rate's only 35%. Wild, man. It's absolutely wild. Does it keep them at 51% or above? Where? Which plan? Which plan? Yeah. Oh, thanks, Jess. Thanks. Yeah, welcome in. Let's finish the video.
Coordinate people and resources to solve problems that can't or won't be solved by any one person or one company working alone. Rural electrification, ensuring that the elderly don't live in poverty, ensuring that everyone can get an education. These are problems that would not have been solved unless someone came along to do a little taxing and spending. These are not problems that would have been solved by a tax cut. But setting aside for a moment, if there's even enough money in the billionaire class to fund all the progressive priorities, setting aside the question of how broad the tax base has to be to fund a progressive agenda, I think if you're someone that cares about equality, it's pretty questionable at a foundational level to fund your social programs in a way that structurally depends on the continued existence of massive amounts of wealth inequality. To have a system where only the top 0.1% pays, that top 0.1% has to permanently be so disproportionately wealthy compared to the rest of society. Is that really the end state that anybody wants? If this is all sounding a little red for your taste, here's noted communist Mitt Romney talking about some of the problems with extreme wealth inequality.
That's a challenge. I'm concerned about the amount of money a few people are getting. I mean, the idea that Elon Musk is going to be a trillionaire.
I mean, guys, there's a difference between income and wealth, guys. Like, right? Income is how much you're making every month. Wealth is how much all your total assets are together. Okay? And it's exorbitant. It's very, very important to distinguish them both. Okay? Like, the amount of money that they have hoarded for the trillionaire and his billionaire friends. This actually, again, for Sim Econ, I actually developed this too. This is an interesting, I've never done this on stream, so it'll be fun to go through what I wanted to explore this idea. I wanted to explore how much money they've actually managed to hoard as billionaires and trillionaires in order to understand this. So it's called The Gap, a game about numbers you can't feel. How much do the richest actually have? Guess, then see a 5-minute journey through the wealth inequality. So wealth inequality, so often we talk about income inequality, right? But wealth, how much are these hundreds of billions of dollars actually mean and what it is? What does it mean for us? If my mouse works, that'd be sweet. That'd be cool. Okay. The Gap. Here we go. You know the words million, billion, trillion. This game exists because the words are hiding the numbers. In a 2011 study, Americans guessed the richest 20% held 59% of the country's wealth. The real number was 84. Almost everyone is wrong about this in the same direction. First, how much do you make a year? Every number in this game will be translated into your life, stays on your device. So what do you guys think? So I think that we could do the minimum wage, US median, or 100K or 250K. I think we should probably do for this like 100K. 100K like is seen as like a good salary, you know what I mean? Like something that you can actually like live on, you could, bring together, start doing stuff with, right? I think it's way more than the US median, right? So this is a good, does matter where you live. Yeah. In San Diego, 100K is is not rough, but like it's on the bottom line. But I think let's do 100K. Anyway, because the point is that as actually it's not like 64,000 rural Tennessee. Okay, well, let's just do US median then. I think US median then. So we'll do US median $64,000 a year. Okay. The scale. Before anyone argues what's fair, you have to see how big the numbers actually are. Nobody can. That's not an insult. Human brains can't do this, right? We can't think about what is the difference between a billion and a trillion? About $1 trillion. So the difference between a billion and a trillion is about $1 trillion. But they sound so similar, right? So here we go. Count to 1 million, then to 1 billion. One number per second, one day and night. So if you're just counting that 1 million is a million seconds, that's 12 days, right? You'd be counting for 12 days to get to 1,000,000 seconds. 1,000,000,000 seconds would take you 32 years to count to 1,000,000,000. So if you were making $1 a second, okay, it would take you 32 years to become a billionaire. If you were making $1 a second, it would take you 31,000 years to get to 1,000,000,000,000. That is wild. 1,000,000 and 1,000,000,000 are not neighbors. A billion is 1,000 millions. 1,000,000,000,000 is 1,000 billions. That's why I say when we talk about these numbers, $1.5 trillion, that's why I say 1,500 billion or 1,500 billion to say 1.5 trillion, because it really, you have to elucidate this. You have to really show what it is. So I hate how different these numbers are and how similar they are in our brains. So here we go. Earning $64,000 a year and saving every single penny that you make. This is the median income in the United States. How long would it take you to earn Elon Musk's fortune? What do you guys think? If you saved every single penny that you made a year, making the median income in the United States $64,000 a year, how many years do you think it would take in order for you to make Elon Musk's $1 trillion fortune? What do you guys think? How many years? At least 50,000, right? What do you guys, how many billions of years? It go from 10 to 10 million years. What do you guys think? I think it might be around 100,000 years. Remember, guys, you're saving every single penny that you're making. You don't spend a single cent. You're saving everything that you're getting. Your income equals adding to your wealth. You know what I mean? This is what we're showing. The income is a perfect translation into your wealth. It's going to be, let's see, 100. You're right, Jess. Exactly, 16.4 million years. You would need to have started working before humans ever existed. Think about that. In order to make $1 trillion, if you saved every single penny when you made $64,000 a year, you would need to work 16.4 million years in order to accrue $1 trillion. Our brains can't even. Exactly, Heather. Exactly. So let's draw the money, right? Each little square here on this screen is $1 million, more than most Americans earn in a decade of work. So each of these is $1 million now. Okay, let's show us $1 billion, right? That's $1 million a box, which is a life-changing amount of money. That's $1 billion, right? This is $1 billion. Your entire median household net worth, $192,000, is about a fifth of one of those boxes. All right. Now let's see what Elon Musk is at. This is Elon Musk now. Each one of these is $1 million. Look at the cursor on the right-hand side. Look at the cursor. It's $1 million and $1 trillion differ by a factor of 1 million. The words rhyme, the realities don't. Look at this. Look at this cursor scrolling. 1 million boxes. How do you not feel so guilty and shamed about hoarding this wealth? I know, Heather. He's sitting there in this interview with the Economist, talking about how he's so happy that Doge was cutting red tape and he was cutting all these things. It's crazy. Every 4-pixel dot in this wall is $1 million. It's just wild, dude. It is just absolutely wild. So what's the net worth of the typical American household? Everything they own minus everything that they have. Oh, sorry. Everything that they own minus everything that they owe. The household exactly in the middle. Half richer, half poorer. So what do you guys think? How much is our typical American household net worth? What do you guys think? What's the typical American, the median net worth of the American family? What do you guys think? I mean, people have 401ks, right? I mean, 401ks is like how people they have retirement accounts. 200K. No clue. I have more assets than this other stuff. Yeah. 200, maybe 300K. Okay, let's split the difference. Let's put 300K. Let's put 300K in there. Okay. 192. Nice, Dan. You got it. So that's the real median. A median is the middle, right? 192. The average is $1 million, which goes to show how disproportionate it is because of all the billionaires, right? That's what happens. It wasn't always like this, right? The share of U.S. households' wealth held by the richest 1% from the Federal Reserve's own accounts. The richest 1% had 22% of the wealth in 1989. We were just talking about that. They had to increase taxes, right? This is after Reagan increased the taxes, guys. And now it's just gone up. That 22.6, look at 23% to 31% in one generation. The bottom 90% traded roughly $16 trillion of relative share upward. Concentration is now in the neighborhood of 1929, the peak of the Gilded Age. So picture all of America's wealth as $100 on a table. How much goes to the entire bottom half of the country? That's 66 million households, or about 165 million people. Nurses, truckers, teachers, your family, you. How much does half of the country own? The bottom half of the country. If it was $100, how much do we split? What do you guys think? $3? Here we go. $2. Yeah, you're exactly right, Heather. Nice. $2.50 at the head of the table. The gold sliver, the top 0.1%, about 132,000 households holds $14 of every $100. The 50 people at the far end, $2.50 between all of them. 10 individuals hold about 69% as much as the entire bottom half of the country. So the top 1% here, $31. The top 10%, $65. It's so much. This is what I'm saying, Heather. This is what I mean. We're not talking about, oh, it's possible. What are you talking about? This is absolutely possible. This is what the numbers are. The fact that people don't even think this is possible. It's wild to me that you don't think it's possible. This is what I'm saying, is that if we took all of their wealth, guys, this is what really blows my mind. If we took all of the wealth of these 100 billionaires, their income isn't impacted. That's what's so crazy. If we took all of their money, let's just say we took all of their wealth, they're still making how many millions of dollars a year? $100 million a year? like what? Like they're still going to have the same income, but we just took their wealth away, and they still can live on their salaries, right? What do they? What would be the worst thing? Oh my gosh, you took my wealth away. Now I have to live off of my income. Oh, imagine that. Imagine having to live off your income, guys. Poor babies. Oh, poor billionaires. They have to live off of their income. Oh. I don't want to be a poor person. I have to live off of my own income. So this is how that money, this is the thing that really blows your mind, right? Like this is how that money makes more money. And this is the power that accrues with capital, right? So you've seen how big the piles are. Now the important part, your money comes from your time. Their money comes from their money, right? Your money comes from your wage that you spend at work. The billionaire, that's not where their money comes from. Their money comes from their money. Their money has a job, right? Their money is making money. So let's see. Suppose Musk's fortune just sat in a boring index fund. How long does it take his pile to passively earn your entire salary? So let's say you put $1 trillion into an index fund, the safest thing that you could find. How long does it take for him to make his money to make your salary? 10 seconds? Yep, 19 seconds. At ordinary long run market returns, about 10% a year, $1 trillion generates your entire year of work in the amount of time it took you to read this paragraph. Watch it happens. You on the clock. Here it is. 15 seconds. This is me. This is how much I've made on the left-hand side. This is how much he's made. 1.7, $2 million already, guys. What do you mean? This is just his money. This isn't him getting money from Tesla or SpaceX or anything like that. This is just his money making money. This is the index fund fantasy. In the real June 2026, he earned $218 billion in 30 days, about $84,000 every second. Your annual salary every 0.8 seconds around the clock. So why tax their income this is the point. And this is the real point for me. Each hollow box is what someone owns, their wealth, okay? Each of the hollow box. The fill inside is what arrives in a year. Watch what each machine does over 30 years. So us, right? We own $193,000. That's how much we have in the bank. Your yearly income, $64,000, fills 33% of that box. Your box only grows if you feed it your time, right? You working is the only way to fill that. And as a percentage, your income is a pretty big portion of your entire wealth. You're making $64,000 a year median in the United States, but you only have, your wealth is only 193,000. Now compared to the billionaire starts at $1 billion. Now it's $1 billion. At $1.5 million salaries fills only 0.15% of the box. So at year one, see how it see how it gets bigger and bigger? Their $1.5 million salary fills the same. So over 10 years, you own $257,000. Your yearly income, 64%, fills 25% of your box, right? It went from 33 to 25. As your wealth grows, your income stays proportionate, right? Your wealth is growing at 10% a year, but your income isn't, right? You don't get a 10% raise every year, right? And that's what we're showing here. It started at $1 billion for the billionaire, but now it's at $2.7 billion. So their $1.5 million salary now fills a smaller portion of that box. The outline grew $253 million this year on its own. The money made money. For you, income and wealth are the same thing. You are your paycheck. For them, for the billionaires, income is a rounding error on the outline. Exactly. An income tax taxes the fill, the outline never notices. Remember that box for Act 3. So the point is, like, look at, this is what the point, and this is what's so frustrating when we talk about income tax only. Like, they are making so much money from their wealth, that the income tax doesn't really do anything. You could tax them at 90%. They don't care, because their money is already making money. This is why it's so egregious, by the way, that they get so mad at about an income tax increase for them when they don't even pay income tax, guys. So it's like, it's ridiculous. So here we go. This is the fun part, guys. This is it. We did it, right? We got it. We got the $1 trillion. We are Musk now. We can buy anything, buy everything. The pile keeps earning ordinary market returns while you shop. Okay? Guys, we got to spend this money. We have $1 trillion to spend. Okay, so I'm going to get a Giga yacht. I want an NFL team. I want a private island. I want a Bugatti. Premier club team for sure. Da Vinci paintings, Boeings. Okay, Manhattan skyscrapers. Ooh, that'd be fun. Your own rocket launch. I think that would be cool. $100 million. A $10 million party every night for a year. A 10 million. Wow, I can spend $10 million on a there he goes. Okay. So I've spent $17.3 billion, but hey, what's going on here? I've made a ton of money back. So notice the pile refilling. At ordinary returns, it regenerates $300 million a day. You can't buy yachts fast enough to beat the amount of money that you make from your money. Past a certain point, wealth is no longer money to spend. It's a machine that cannot be emptied. While 66 million households split 2.5% of the country's wealth, these guys have so much money that they literally cannot spend it on the most egregious things. Mega yachts, NFL teams. They're making $300 million a day. Like, you could spend all this stuff. It doesn't matter. Could you ever catch up? Pick any salary, save any fraction, invest it all the same 10.4% that they get. Here's the gap between you and Musk's $1 trillion after 40 years. So our salary, let's say let's make it $1 million. Okay, savings rates, let's make it 100%. We make $1 million a year, and we're making 100% savings rates, guys. Okay, the gap didn't close. It just grew, actually. Compounding rewards the size of the pile, not the effort of the saver. And even against the smallest top 10 pile, $147 billion, it will never close. The gap is structural. It cannot be worked away. After making $1 million a year, saving 100% of the savings rate. After 40 years, saving every single penny. We only have $494 million. But Elon Musk's, after 40 years of a 10% ETF fund in just market-based returns, $55 trillion. Here's the secret the wealthy already know. Money past a certain point is an income. It is. So about $3 million in ordinary dividend funds pays roughly $120,000 a year forever. Without working, without ever touching a principal. It's heritable, it's permanent. So how many people could live like that off of Elon Musk's pile alone? So think about that. Once you have more than $3 million, you can just go in, invest it into dividend funds, and the stock literally pays you to have it, and you can get $120,000 a year forever. Okay? You can just get money paid to you by owning the stock. That's what a dividend is. Okay? You take that $3 million, put it in dividend funds, and you just get $120,000 a year. How many people could live this lifestyle of just completely hands off, not a worry in the world anymore? They don't have to worry about working. They could live like kings. How many people could live like this off of his wealth alone? What do you guys think? How many people? How many people? How many people? How many people's exorbitantly perfect life is Elon Musk hoarding from everyone else? What do you guys think? I would say, let's say 50,000 people. 350,000 people. They get the dream life. 350,000 people could live the dream life off of Elon Musk's thing. And in other words, we could afford, on Elon Musk's wealth alone, we could afford a $1,000 a month UBI for 3.5 million people. Just on the wealth that he has. Think about that. That's a UBI $1,000 a month for 3.5 million people, or you could just live off of 350,000 people could just live like a king, the dream life, not working again and ever in their life. But he's hoarding it. Every dot is one person receiving $120,000 a year, permanent, inheritable, principal untouched, roughly everyone in Honolulu. The entire city of Chicago could get a $1,000 a month UBI just off of Elon Musk's wealth alone. Just on his wealth. He could still make money, guys. This is not his income. This is just his wealth that he has. This is his stockpile, right? This is his stockpile of gains. He still can make money, but this is just the wealth that he's accumulated and he's hoarded for himself. The gluttony that he has. We can't afford UBI, they all say. One man's dividends could write a permanent $1,000 a month check to 3.5 million Americans, a fully funded basic income program, forever, principal untouched. Let's define enough. One golden box is $100 million. You never work again. Private jets, a mansion on each coast. Your grandchildren's grandchildren never work either. Dynastic, permanent, more than enough wealth. That's the box. Nobody gets this golden box, guys. How many golden boxes does he have? Oh, it's $100 million. This is 10,000 golden boxes that he has himself. Dynastic, permanent wealth. Grandchildren's grandchildren. Look at all this that he has. Elon Musk holds 10,000 boxes, 10,000 lifetimes of exorbitant, more than enough wealth concentrated in one person and growing faster than he can give it away, spend it, or count it. This is gluttony. This is gluttony through and through. So taxes. What are we going to do, guys? How are we have to tax it. There's no way, right? This is too much money. It's too much money. There's too much thing. This is an inefficiency in the market. It has to be taken with. There has to be some way that we deal with this. But they pay most of the taxes, they say. Oh, they pay so many guys. They pay so much in taxes. Don't you understand? They pay so many taxes. Let's check. Not rates on paper, what actually leaves each pile, okay? Measured against each pile they actually gained. So a nurse on the median wage and Elon Musk on what each actually gained, what rate did each actually pay, right? So what did the nurse pay? What did Elon pay? What do you guys think? What do you guys think? How much does a nurse get taxed? I think it's like 30%, 31%. 40%? 40%? What does Elon pay? What do you guys think that Elon pays? Right? It's at least, 15% is the capital gains rate, right? 15. Jess, you want to do 27%? Let's do 27%. I think that's a little lower than, I don't think they're making 40. 15%? Okay, let's try 27 and 14. Here we go. Oops. The nurse pays 24%. Elon Musk, out of his 100 boxes, 3%, guys. He's paying an effective tax rate of 3%. Watch the boxes. 24 of the nurse's 100 leave, 3 of Musk's leave. His wealth grew by $14 billion. He paid $455 million. 3.2%, about 7 times less than the nurse, right? So this is his wealth, his income versus wealth gap. This is what we're talking about here, right? This is how much he is being taxed versus his wealth. This is the big point. Like, we do not have in the United States, we, as the median person, we do not actually gain much wealth versus our tax, our income tax, right? That's the point. Like, we work hard for our money, don't get to keep much of it to create wealth, while Elon Musk's continues to not pay taxes and take way more than they need. So watch the box. Does that make sense? In 2018, the year he became Tesla's largest gainer, he paid $0. Michael Bloomberg, 1.3% of their tax, of their wealth. Jeff Bezos paid 0% federal income tax in 2007 and 2011. Must be nice. Warren Buffett, wealth grew $24 billion and he only paid $23 million. So the top 25 wealthiest combined, their wealth grew $401 billion and they paid $13 billion. So again, so their wealth, this is wealth versus the income that they have. It's wild. It is absolutely wild that this is allowed. The 3-step machine: buy, borrow, die. Buy stocks. Stocks goes from $1 billion to $10 billion. You own these assets. own the assets and never sell. The $9 billion gain is unrealized, and under U.S. law, it isn't income, so it's not taxed. So it's taxed at exactly $0. The outline grows. The IRS sees nothing. You borrow. You borrow against that $10 billion. Need spending money? Don't sell. The poors sell, but they don't. They don't need to. Don't sell. Borrow against the pile. Loans aren't income either. Mansions, yachts, and Twitter acquisitions all financed tax-free, while the collateral keeps compounding. And heirs at death, this stepped-up basis resets the clock. Heirs inherit at current value, and the entire lifetime of gains simply vanishes for tax purposes. Then their generation starts the machine all over again. Their heir gets to invest and inherit the entire $10 billion. So this is why Act 2 matters, what we were talking about. The income tax was built for people whose money arrives as income, right? The billionaires don't have money that arrives as income. They don't get it by a W-2, guys. They get their money by capital. The nurse's paycheck is captured at the source. That's not what we do. So here we go. Static first order estimates. No behavioral model, just honest multiplication against the real wealth basis. That's the point. Even the crudest math shows the size what's on the table. So here we go. Annual wealth tax on fortunes above $50 million, guys. What do you guys think? 8%? I think that seems fair. Tax on billionaires' yearly wealth gains. So we should say, I think that we should say, if you're billionaires and your wealth accumulates past $5 billion, we should tax you at 40%. Something's happening. That's not good. That's an inefficiency in the market. We should be taking that. Go home. You've won. We don't need you. We don't need you anymore. This revenue, $3.7 trillion a year. Tuition-free public college, free school meals, ending U.S. homelessness, NASA's entire budget. It's just wild, man. It's just wild the amount that you can actually make here. So we played for 34 minutes. We earned at our wage, $17. Okay. Musk earned $7 million in that 34 minutes, dude. And then Musk pile, what he actually earned, what the $1 trillion, $100 million in that time. It is absolutely unbelievable. Here we go. We got someone that's trying to combat this in YouTube chat. Here you go. Yeah, but the 4 replies you'll hear pre-answered. Here we go. It's just paper wealth. He can't actually spend it. He bought Twitter for $44 billion, and billionaires live on loans against the paper. Banks accept the paper as collateral at face value. The only entity that treats it as imaginary is the IRS. They earned it though, guys. They earned it. The first $1 billion, maybe. But you watch the machine, past the point of the pile, earns more than this. Past that point, past $1 billion, the pile of money earns more per second at idle than a surgeon earns per week of work. Nobody earns $84,000 per second. A pile that size collects. It doesn't labor. They'll just give it away. Give it to them. They can spend their own money. The pile grows at 10% a year. A billionaire giving runs far below that. Elon Musk doesn't have any philanthropy. Musk's fortune grew $218 billion in 1 month. That's total U.S. charitable giving from all sources is $50 billion a year. That math is simple. Fortunes are accumulating faster than they are being given away. Philanthropy loses the race to compounding. It just does. They don't actually use. Taxing them wouldn't even fund anything. This is another one. This is the one that they always say. Taxing them when it's not even a lot of money, guys. It's not even a lot of money. A 2% wealth tax on just the top 0.1% is $500 billion a year. 20 NASA budgets every year from 132,000 households, while their pile still grows. We see it, guys. We see the numbers. We know what it is. So it's egregious, man. It is egregious. The fact that people actually think that this is fake, that these numbers aren't real. Like that's what's actually wild to me. There are people that actually think that these numbers aren't real. We just went through it, guys. The math is the math. I don't understand the fact that people think that this is fake. Just shows how wealthy that they are, that people literally cannot grasp that this can be real. They cannot grasp that this is their reality, and they live in a fake world where Elon Musk is somehow going to be a good thing in their life, guys. That's going to be okay. Elon Musk isn't trying to save you, bro. Elon Musk doesn't care about you. Elon Musk hates you. He thinks that you're a serf, and he wants you to be his indentured servant in his Tesla factory. Pull back, bro? No, I don't pull back. Never. I will never pull out of your mom either. Stay mad, dude. That's just what it is. That's just what it is. The math is the math.
What does that mean? We're talking about 1,000 billions. And that means, he could drop a couple of billion in a political campaign to support someone who would give him even more power.
Dude, even Romney agrees with us. Even Romney is on our side.
And he's not just the only one. I shouldn't just pick on him, but there are others that are going to become hundreds of billions of dollars in wealth, and they will influence our political system. So these are some of the challenges that we face.
I don't know, guys. He makes some good points.
Dude, it's SimEcon. The SimEcon.app. SimEcon.app. And then and then at the top here is it's called SimEcon. And at the top, the gap is what we just played. So the gap is the gap between wealth and income inequality, and trying to bring those things together. Because so much of our conversation is always about income inequality, and we're not talking about wealth inequality. And that is the thing that is completely disordinate to a way that we can't even ascertain, man. Guys, it's just numbers. Like it just is. Like I don't know what to tell you. Like you can stay mad, but be mad that these people are accumulating this much of wealth. That's what's crazy.
If you want something more in depth about why wealth inequality is something important to consider, even for people who consider themselves more classically liberal than me, I'd encourage you to check out the pinned comment. I'm linking a piece that makes an argument for caring about wealth inequality from that kind of perspective, from this pretty new publication called liberalism.org.
Crazy. Wow, guys.
Another quote from AOC on this topic: this race to see who can be exempt from participating in society is not a conversation that I'm interested in. I'm a great society Democrat, and I believe in building that together. And I think that the discourse around everyone, let's all be like billionaires and opt out of our taxes, I don't find it an inspiring message. Or maybe put another way.
And so, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country.
Look, I'm not going to tell any politician how to win a tough election, especially not in a general election, but I am telling people that the general trend of tax cut Democrats is not a good one. It's not something that we can beat Republicans on, not ever. It misses why voters are actually concerned about things like affordability, and it shows an incredible lack of vision. In the long run, it also prevents us from doing the things that we need to do to make this country a better place. All right, thanks so much for
All right, guys. Dang. Well, I'm happy we went through that. I think that is. I'm happy that we talked about that. Thank you for watching. Okay. Oh, I think thank you, Heather. Thank you. It's crazy to me that people think it's a conspiracy. That is wild to me. That the idea that the money exists and that it's compounding and that capital begets more capital. Like that is just insane to me. That is absolutely wild. Yeah. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, dude. DeFreak, bro, you're lost, dude. Like you're not even worthy of like responding. Like I spent like a week making this calculator so that we could just like explore numbers and maths and graphs. And this is your erudite thing. Greg, stop, duh. You think Elon Musk is just giving it up, no stress? SEC tried to steal Tesla because of one tweet in 2007. You took a wrong turn into the high-end auto show when you were trying to get into the balance sheet building. You're in the wrong facility, Greg, which is also tax-based. How much of Elon's economy is paid out of the U.S. employees? Like, bro, you're just spamming. I love it. I don't know or care who you are. I don't care what your opinion is. It doesn't matter. I have no idea who you are. I have no idea. Every single one of your comments is inane and asinine, and all you're doing is helping my YouTube algorithm, and that's all I care about, bro. You'll never be banned because you're increasing my YouTube engagement, and so I thank you about that. Keep it up, dude. Keep spamming. I appreciate you. Yeah. I appreciate you. God. This is why I made this website, guys. This is exactly why. Because otherwise, like these numbers, and like especially even this video, it's boring, right? Because it's like we can afford it. No, you can't. Yes, we can. No, you can't. Yes, you can. Like, bro, look, tell me where I'm wrong. Like, try to figure out how exponents work, bro. Figure out how like numbers work and then get back to me. I don't even know who you are. Like, this is exactly why I developed this thing, because it's like we have to figure out a way to talk about economics in a way that we are all looking at the same numbers. And right now, especially in our political world, we are completely disconnected from reality. One side of us, one Republican Party is completely disconnected. simecon.app. Let's see. Do. Oh yeah, it works. Yeah, it works. It's working for me. It also, I have a city version too. So you can actually explore the San Diego budget. So I'm actually expanding this to all major cities too. So you can play around with your favorite city and see what it's like in order to actually play the sim econ game for them. Oh, that pie graph of analysis. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. It doesn't work. You have to. Yeah, it's like it's a weird. Yeah, you have to go to the side. Yeah, I need to work on it. I need to work on making making it for other states. I mean, I think I'm gonna go the top 5. I think right now we're gonna do New York City first, and then kind of like roll it out to other states first. So we have to figure out a way how to talk about budgets um and all that kind of stuff. So yeah. So what's with the skull? It's memento mori, bro. Remember that you will die. How much do you think Mom Donnie is following it already? Dude, I think like, look, Mom Donnie is doing a good job in curating the social media reality that he is doing a good job. And that's why people think that he's doing such a good job. I don't think that he's actually past seismically radical stuff yet. I just don't think that that's happened yet. So Volker Mogalis, yes, exactly. No, I do think I love the Dia de los Muertos Mexican tradition. I love the idea of like remembering the dead and keeping them alive in your heart. I love that idea. So I think that that's a really cool thing. I mean this skateboard I've used like I used every day for grad school, bro. I used it every day for like 7 years to get to the lab. That was actually my only my mode of transportation. So it's not old at all. This one is a new board that I got recently because my kid I got a skateboard for my kids. So we got skateboards for everyone and I got one too. But it's tough. It's a tough trick boards are a young man's game. I don't I honestly I get weirded out when I use like a double tail board because it feels like um I don't want to injure myself, especially with jujitsu. You know what I mean? I'd rather not. Oh, okay, yeah, like we haven't had time to see the actual changes. Yeah, and I think that like he hasn't actually done super progressive things really. You know, like he hasn't like a lot of the things that he's done are just things that we already have in California, but like it's not like Newsom's getting a bunch of the same media for how progressive he is, right? If anything, it's the opposite. People are like, "Oh my God, Mamdani is like the best thing ever," but and Newsom is seen as like this lib neoliberal kind of dude. If people only understood the harm Reagan did to cause this to increase the wealth gap. Yes, Jess. Yeah, exactly. So it's like it's Reagan, it's the 2008 financial collapse, it's like all these different things. So much of our economy is just tuned for these billionaire and trillionaires. Guys, don't think that now that like Elon has made $1 trillion, now all of the people that have $200 billion all want to be a trillionaire, right? So that's what it is. Okay, but how has Gavin been on that fast train? I mean, they're getting it done, man. I mean, we're the first in the country. So that's people always like bag on that, but at the same time, it's like California is leading the nation on that. So like we're literally the first in the country. So like how's Kansas's high-speed rail going? And they always say oh my God, it's ballooned from $8 billion to $50 billion. Who cares? We can afford that shit. Exactly, Jess. We're the fourth largest economy in the world. $50 billion programs aren't that much. So didn't Elon swoop in and delay it? Eva, that's a good question. I don't know. There are people who think California is a hellhole, then they'll be from real. Yeah. I mean, if look, California is the United States, guys. 1 in 8 Americans live in California. So if California if California is dog shit, guess what, guys? California is the best of America. So all by saying that California is dog shit, all you're saying is that America is dog shit. I think that's just what it is, bro. Like, I'm sorry. Like, it's pathetic. It's pathetic. They hate towards the best of America is so wild to me. Like, if you think California's gone bad and that our economy sucks, good luck, dude. I mean, we're the best economy in the country. So if then you're really, it's like a self-own. Oil companies have lobbied against it. Yeah, I mean, so a lot of the stalls for the high-speed rail have actually come from it's really weird. People using CEQA, which is this environmental bill, and using it in the guise of being pro-environment, but in reality, they're trying to stall, and that's the problem about it. That's the problem. It's a lot of bureaucratic nonsense, and that's what sucks is that, like, as Democrats, we should be really trying to create a better, more efficient government, right? We Democrats believe in institutions, therefore us as Democrats should have answers to, like, how to make government better, more responsive, more technologically advanced. Like, we should be we should be the party of that. They hate out of envy and jealousy. I think so too, vegan. I think so too. We have to overturn Citizens United to be able to make the changes we need. I don't think that we should focus on Citizens United. Citizens United is just kind of old school. Like, basically, millionaires use Citizens United in order to route their money through dark money groups, so that basically they didn't want to be seen as being political. So what happened was they donated to super PACs because they could be anonymous. And that was that's the big benefit of super PACs just in general. And what happens now, like name a billionaire that's afraid of taking a political stance now. Like, none of them. They're all giving $100 million donations to Trump. Like, billionaires are just flaunting their wealth and spending money everywhere. So it's like we are way beyond Citizens United at this point. Like, just overturning Citizens United wouldn't actually do anything to stop Elon Musk spending, what was it, $300 million or whatever, in order to just, like, door-to-door canvas for Trump. You know what I mean? Like, Citizens United wouldn't have stopped that, because Elon Musk was very open and transparent about it. He just made an LLC. He just made a company that was like, yeah, we are Trump's digital, we are his ground game. He wasn't anonymous. None of the billionaires now are anonymous. They're not anonymous at the UFC 250s. They're not anonymous in their gifts. They on the opposite, right? They're, like, literally out there being like, wow, Trump, we love you so much. Here's a golden statue. Here. We love you, Trump. It's like the exact opposite. Just so this is the best question. This is a better question. So how do we actually impact and run our elections now? You know what I mean? This is the next, like, Democrats can't be looking at overturning the past. We have to be looking at shaping the future, right? So I think what we need is, in order to just basically have publicly funded elections, then it doesn't matter. Then it actually goes to Elon's problem and all these type of things. Oh, thank you, Alphon. Thank you so much. Appreciate you as always. I think we say that basically we give you public money in order to run your elections, and it's a good primer on how you would take a fixed amount of money from the government in order to run your executive branch. So I think that that's the best way to do it. Yeah, thanks, Jess. Are you the same guy I see on Hassan's show? Not that I know of. I mean, Hassan might be a fan. I don't know, maybe. I am the world famous. If I had to pick between the US and China to imperialize the world, who'd you pick? Nobody, dude. I don't want imperialism at all. I don't think imperialism is a good move. If I had to pick, I mean, I do like the fact that China's developments have been, especially in AI, have been open source. They're really putting their money where their mouth is in regards to that. They are really putting their developments into things that benefit all the world. And they literally talk about that. Like, we are trying to democratize AI, and we are actually trying to do good things there. And they are doing good things with it. So I think it's a pretty good idea. It's okay. It's Fizzle. Hey, in the future, hey, it's Fizzle. You know, it's gonna be the other way. It's gonna be like, oh my God, every single time anyone talks about science or politics, they bring Dr. Greg up. Oh my God. And you're gonna be like, oh my God, I was in his stream when there was less than 10,000 people in there. And you're like, you know. So, yeah. Anyway, you guys want to chill out and you guys want to chill? You guys want to watch Stabby's World? Ready? How often do I go live? I try to go live like 5 nights a week. I usually take like 2 nights a week off, and then I usually go like 5 nights a week, yeah. Tomorrow, I think I'm gonna do my show. I think I'm gonna do herd mentality for the first time. Am I in the DSA? No. I mean, I'm not opposed to it. I think that it's a good idea. Like, I think that there are some interesting ideas that the DSA have. I'm not so I don't have, like, I have my own organization, basically. We have our own thing that we're doing. This is a Democratic Socialists of America. Like, I think that it's cool. Like, I think that people organizing is a good thing, right? I think that us on the left, we need to do more in order to create organizations that really take on our beliefs. So instead of kind of contributing to the DSA. I'm just kind of like creating my own nonprofit. So the herd mentality, I think we're going to do it at the same time. I think we're at the same time as my stream. Yeah, we'll just record it tomorrow. I'm not against the DSA, but I don't want the party to split. I think we need ranked choice voting. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Yeah. So let's see. So yeah, this is what I've been doing. This is what I've been working on. This is Science and Freedom for Everyone. So SAFE is the acronym. And basically, I'm creating a nonprofit organization in order to fight for science legislation and track anti-science bills. So this is where the current threats are. 121 active threats in Congress right now, and a lot of the bills are actually at the state level. So the ones in the federal level are kind of like, I mean, they've already done it, right? They already have RFK, and the CDC is already being gutted and all that stuff. A lot of the legislation is at the state level. So you can click here and go through all the anti-science bills on any of your states. And then once you find that legislation, you can basically call, and there's a contact form that you can contact people with, and you can figure out, what's going on. You can also put your address in here. So you can put your address in, and then it'll actually give you, who your reps are. So you can email your representatives, you can call them, in order to like make, you can make your voice heard, right? That kind of thing. Yeah, anti-science bills, specifically, basically the bills, the main ones that we have right now are vaccine exceptions, vaccine mandates, medical freedom, informed consent, vaccine discrimination, mRNA reclassification, vaccine injury, raw milk, fluoride, geoengineering, and public health. Those two. Do I consider AI science? Data centers and stuff. I mean, I think that it is important. I'm not against data centers. I think that they need to be massively regulated and massively taxed. We need to organize. The right has been planning what is happening now for 50 years. Yes, exactly, Jess. That's what's so frustrating to me, is that like nobody on the left actually is creating organizations in order to try to fight back on this stuff. And that's what's so frustrating to me. So that's what we're doing. So that's what I'm doing. At least, I don't know. I want to, so we actually did, this is the 501c4 that you are working on. The C4 is the active political thing. And then Safe Research Institute is the 501c3. So this is the Research Institute side. So we just actually, implemented or just put in our application for official 501c3 status in the IRS. Yeah, so this is, yeah, it's pretty cool, guys. I'm excited. It's very awesome. Data centers are scientifically proven to be ruining the environment. I mean, so is scientific research. You're right. I mean, I was doing research in algae biofuels, and all the plastic waste that was created during my research. Like, is that for or pro the environment or against it? I mean, right now it's ruining the environment because I'm creating plastic waste, right? But hopefully, if we were lucky enough to make a huge breakthrough, then these type of renewable and sustainable breakthroughs could actually help the environment. So any type of technology, when it's developed, is going to be bad for the environment at the beginning. And the only way for us to leverage the power that we have democratically against these billionaires and the trillionaire, in order to actually leverage our power 10 to 1, 100 to 1, 1,000,000 to 1, we have to use the best tools that we have, and that is AI. So that's just how it is. I mean, think about it. Like, do you think that Elon Musk, when we are politically organizing to try to take him down, do you think that he wants us to use AI or not? I think that he would hope that we weren't using AI. I think that he would hope we weren't even using computers, right? So I think that, like, the worst thing that our enemies would want would be for us to use AI and use that as a leverage in order to enact our policies. And what are our policies, right? They should, exactly like Ava's talking about, like, tax them in order to create renewable and sustainable energy on base, right? On where they are. The data centers should create their own energy sustainably, right? They should be taxed and to improve the local grids and power, like the infrastructure that exists there. And I think that's key. I think that's absolutely key. So the problem is that they're not getting taxed. They're not getting taxed at all. There's tax rebates for them, and then on top of that, um, they're using existing natural gas on top of it. So they're exacerbating the problems that we've already had. So as it stands, absolutely, they're awful. But in the future, it has to be better. Like people who care about the environment desperately need to be in the conversations about regulating data centers. If all we are doing is saying no to data centers, then we aren't in those conversations. We aren't in that regulatory conversation. People aren't going to take us seriously, right? So I think it's crucial. It's crucial. Yeah, Eva, exactly. And the problem is that they don't, additionally, they don't produce their own energy. And then on top of that, they evaporate their water. So you have to figure out a way. Basically, the water is cheap enough so that they don't have to pay to cool down the water after it's expanded and it's been heated up, after bringing the heat away from the GPU or whatever, the data center. And that's the big problem, right? We basically have to mandate that they use closed loop regulate water circulatory systems. Yeah, Ness. Jess, sorry. Ness is another chatter. I think it's good. To have those values is important, right? Like I'm not saying no to those, right? I think it's very important. But at the same time, like, to not be involving yourself is very bad. It's very, very bad. They lie. They sell to local municipalities to get contracts. Is closed loop system. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. What in the world? What is this? Featured chat. What's a featured chat? Let's see what this is. What are you? But I mean, as a scientist, I am more amenable to new technologies. I would say, than most, right? I'm like more, I think technology can solve problems, which is why I'm a scientist, right? if I didn't if I didn't think that science could improve anything and there was no possible ways to no possible like next step that was progress, then I wouldn't be a scientist, right? So that's kind of the whole point, I would say. What do you know about chlorine dioxide? I have no idea what you're talking about, bro. I'm sorry. Pre-style chat. Whoa. Why didn't you gain of function algae to eat plastic? I think bacteria is the best way to do that, and people are doing that. And I actually was working on something that was tangentially related to that at another company. So yeah, I have worked on something like that. We quote, we can't see the forest through the trees, unquote. We have to be more big picture and play the long game. Yeah, Jess, exactly. I think that's the point, is that yeah, that's the point. Yeah, it does. It does plug to a bed. Yeah. No, this is caffeine, and then this is DNA. This is DNA right here. I want to switch them because like you can't even see this one because of the plant, but I think that this is cool. I mean, caffeine does look cool though. Ugh. The DNA is sweet. Thank you. No, I'm okay, dude. I'm okay. You're good. You gotta look at this miracle cure, bro. You gotta look at this miracle cure. No, I'm good, bro. I'm not good. Good. Let's see, guys. What am I gonna do? Nah, no, that's not true. There's absolutely money in cures for cancer, bro. Like, it's so I just like God. I hate that it's so easy that people just think about, like, you know who pays bills? Living people. The idea that nobody would want to have a live person, no healthcare insurance or healthcare professional would want a living person. Like, that doesn't make any sense, bro. Like, just, any debates coming up? I have one. I have a couple. Yeah. Just check the Discord. Dude, this is cool. That's so cool. Sweet, dude. Ethan, you're wild, man. Vaccinations are massively economically incentivized. That's why. Universal solvent. Do you mean water? Based. Based. Yeah, you can. You can absolutely sue them. I mean, that's just nonsense, bro. You don't even understand. They actually made it easier. Oh, wow. Whoa. Trying to do this. Oh my God. Why are you guys? It wasn't even a study, dude. It's just some random Microsoft Word document that he made, bro. It's not even a study. Like, it's wild to me, you guys. It's not surprising though. Whatever. Mm. Modern glass. Let's check this out. Oh, let's see, guys. This is fun. It's called the Senate hearings. Famously, Senate hearings are how science is conducted. 4chan is destroying minds, dude. Like, it's not even it's like worse than 4chan, bro. It's like that. It's just like it's so just brain melt. What was that? Dude, Aaron Siri is an absolute moron. The fact that you think that he's amazing is a really big tell. He's an idiot. He has no biology training whatsoever. He's a lawyer that's lying to you, and you think that he's he's telling you the truth. He makes money off of suing vaccine producers, and you think that he can't even sue them, but he makes millions of dollars suing them, which is hilarious to me. Again, you just have no idea what you're talking about. So surprising. So surprising. An anti-vaxxer that doesn't know anything. Wow, it's crazy. Who could have thought that would happen? Crazy, guys. It's crazy. He out-debated the pro-vaccine. No, he didn't, dude. He's an idiot. He's a big dum-dum. Big dum-dum. Let's try this. So interested in seeing. What? So confused. Hi. It's the featured glass. Ah. Ah. What is this? I would find just like it's hard for me to see this without being live, so this works. It's fun. Let's see what this is. What does this do? Oh, that's nice. Ah, ah, ah. Oh, okay. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, Afon. That's why they didn't get it. That's why they didn't get it. They didn't get it peer reviewed. They couldn't get it peer reviewed anywhere. It's just nonsense dribble that they put out. There's I don't know what to do with. Sorry. Whoa. Compact glass. If you had to grade the education and medical system of their COVID-19, dude, the United States was awful. The United States was ranked like 200th in the world based off of deaths per capita. Like we did atrocious. Like genuinely, there's no world in which the United States did a good job. What's up, Suzanne Reed? Thank you. Dang, this is awesome. Figuring out new stuff, guys. Thank you. Yo, what's up, Michael? Mm. I mean, the education system during COVID-19 was okay. The medical system did good. It was the fact the United States did uniquely poorly because of one, Trump was president and he sabotaged us basically. And two, we had a bunch of people that were coddled and it hurt us. It really hurt us. So I think that those are the two things that really had a huge impact on us. Right. I don't want to be cutting edge, bro. I don't want to be cutting edge. No. You know more. You just know more than me. What can I say? You know, it's genius. Genius. Anything. What? Oh no. Let's see here. Let's do this. I'm like setting up these overlays, guys. This is cool. I don't know why I haven't done this before. Let me try. I'm trying to set this up. 1 second. We're learning together. We're hanging out. We're learning, doing cool stuff. You know what I mean? Browser alerts. Boom. 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 Yeah, dude, this alert like never works. It's so annoying. Get out of here. Okay. I'm just gonna say overlays. Okay. And then there's also this one too. I think I'm just gonna get rid of streamer bot. Like, what do I even have it for? What do I even have it for? Oh, exciting. I love this. I love this for us. Love this. And then featured chat, freestyle chat. Oh my God. I just clicked on a random thing and of course he's talking about the shape of the earth. Jesus Christ. Oh my God, dude. Oh my God. Sorry guys. It's not my bad. I'm a bad streamer right now. I'm a professional streamer. They're figuring out some things. That's how they control you. Oh my gosh. I'm just clicking random messages in chat and it's like it's like the craziest stuff. I'm like, what is going on? So funny, dude. Thank you for being here, Ethan. Thank you. You're so unique. Oh. Bet you're really fun at parties. Okay, I'm almost done. Guys. I'm learning. I'm doing this. I'm figuring this out. I think we do modern glass. Okay. There it is. Oh, that's big. Featured. Boom. What? Wait, what? No way. There's no way that's true. There's no way that I just did that. Overlays. Ah, there it is. Okay, let's try this again. Let's try this. Boom. Okay, cool. Modern glass. Huh. What's another good one? Elegant and sophisticated. Ooh, exciting. Hmm. Okay. Oh, there it is. Oh, okay, I like that one the best, actually. Okay, we'll just do that. Overlays. Cool. Can I do multiple? Can you guys read that? This. Think about this. What? Weird. Okay, we're back. I'm back. Boom. What's up, guys? Dude, look how cool this is. Watch this. Watch this. Can you read this? Is that good? Mm. What do you guys think about the size of this text? What do you think? Yeah. I think it's too small on the regular one. Oh, good night, guys. Night, Hazel. Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna do this one, I think. Cool. 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 Mm. Boom. 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 There. I'm here. Nice. Sweet, guys. I didn't know that I could do that with... Nice. Is this way easier to see like that? Hi. Cool. I think that looks cool. Sweet. I can see it on my phone. Oh, nice. Good, man. That's my whole point. Perfect. No. Well, I mean, like, weather modification does exist, but it's not like a huge government conspiracy that's creating, or things. Oh, weird. It's like a lag. That's interesting. I can see it with TikTok Studio, but I can't see it in other things. Dude, they got that down. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. I don't even know what you're talking about. Let's see. I think we saw it. All right, quick. Someone donate like a 1 cent thing to see if it actually, the alert goes. Quick. It feels like, yeah, it's like a coast to coast, coast to coast with Art Bell. Feels that way. Sweet mother of Christ. This Yeah, man. Let's see. Space Ghost to Gus. Oh my god. Yeah, let's see. What? I do have something here. Oh my god. Oh, nice. It worked. That's cool. That's cool. It's rad. I like that a lot more. Sweet, dudes. I'm excited. Oh, thank you. Sweet, man. I'm excited. Okay, I need it to be 640. What is it? I wanted to have certain sizes to be symmetrical. 340, 360 wide. 360 wide. Do. 360. Oh, thank you. What? No. Width needs to be 360, and then this needs to be 270. God, that's too much. Sorry, I'm here. I just had to go with this. Take this off. Let's see. Here, this. Here. Overlay. $643.60. Let's see. Now we can do it. Ah. Let's see. Yes, I think so. Yeah. Can people still can guess? Yeah, for sure. I think this is good for like when I'm answering questions and stuff. Like it's just good to have the question right there, you know? I think that's a really cool feature. I'm happy about it. Guys, I might be headed to Vegas. August 19th. It's like the biggest break that I've gotten in my stuff. It's actually wild. Don't I have to sleep? Eventually. Sometime, for sure. 3:00. Oh my god. Yeah, I've just been yeah, excited to get stuff going. The message is low. Okay. You're saying that I should bring it up? Thank you for telling me. So maybe like this. This is 100 pixels off. Good? Nice. Let's try one. Boom. What? Why is TikTok not going? Nice. All right. What's up, guys? All right. Oh, that's cool. Mm. Uh, oh, okay, cool. I do have mod stuff with here. You said, but the problem was like you know where I would like to move it is it would be a good place to move it, I think, would be here underneath chat. Because then it's like chat and then featured chat. Does that make sense? I think that's kind of cool. I know. That was funny. It's like, what? I can't deal with them right now, dude. I'm just too tired. I don't care. 640, 360. Okay. Ooh. Makes sense there? Okay, sweet. What was that? What F on? What is going on? Based? Based? Based mathematics enjoyer? Ooh. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Don't mind me. Man, Efon is amazing. Efon's such a good chatter. She's incredible. Okay. All right, one last. I think I might just go to bed. Oh, thank you. Um, what? How in the world? Yeah, that's weird. I was like, wait a second, what? Weird. Why is it leaving? There we go. True. That's cool. Okay, cool. I like this. Because my other alerts weren't working. I don't know why. I had like Stream Elements, which is up through OBS, and that wasn't working. But for some reason, this thing can. So I'm down. Oh my god, Alex. Yeah, yeah. I don't know if I like how it looks though. I gotta figure out like what do I want? This is the multi-stream box alert. Hmm. Wow, these are crazy. Oh, no way. Mm, interesting. Yeah. Um, I think isn't chat down here on your guys's iPad or your TikTok like on your stuff? Isn't that right here? I'd seen someone point like there was they gave me a okay. Yeah. That's what I thought. Is this interacting with it at all? Or is it left bottom? I got my teleprompter today, so that should be fun. I got my scripts pretty much written. I gotta move everything around. I have to decrease these monitors so that I can have this camera that I'm looking at right now lower. Because right now it's like I don't know, probably 4 or 5 inches, and this isn't like it's not a good like authoritative angle. They recommended straight on. This is actually kind of crooked here. Actually, yeah, I do like that. So I don't know if that's a good one, a thing. So, I don't know. It said a 1 to 2 inch drop, and I'm at least 4 inches. So I think I can decrease it a little bit. Yeah, perfect, Helen. Yeah, there's actually Twitch there too, but we don't have anyone that's watching in Twitch right now. So Twitch is in there too. But it's cool because now I can like combine all the chats on my screen, and I can actually like put this up and like talk. So boom, boom, in the clip. But I do, man, putting it underneath me is probably a good idea, or above me. That's actually really maybe up here. If I can do this. Mm. Mm. That's not bad. That's not an idea. I love my biology teacher. Oh, see, this is bio. There it is. Ah, see, now there it is. Figure it out, guys. I'll figure it out. Okay. Professional streamer, by the way. Professional streamer. Nope. I love my biology teacher. He said organic chemistry was the worst. Can you confirm? So it's weird. I did really well in OChem. I don't know why. I studied, I crammed a lot right before the exam, did a bunch of problems and did really well. I don't know why. I heard physical chem is the one that you actually really want to watch out for, but I don't know. I just had like a knack for it or something. Well, OChem, I did really well in my OChem. I did the worst the only C that I've ever gotten was in calculus. My upper division second quarter calculus class was like impossible. I tried physics with I really liked physics going into high school from high school, so I tried calculus-based physics, and it was wow, that was gnarly. That's why I literally like Jorge Physics and stuff, how he literally creates a story with the actual math. I appreciate that so much. I think it's such a cool way of presenting it. It looks beautiful. It looks like a painting, I'm friends with my dentist. His son took bass guitar lessons from me. The dentist said the math was hard, but I was so confused. He would not. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's just like different, everyone's a little bit different. It's a conceptual thing too. Oh, cool. I'm going for engineering. Oh my gosh. Sorry. Boom. So I'm going for engineering, but I hope to graduate to graduate school in physics. Nice. I'm going for engineering. Nice, dude. I think the coolest thing, honestly, like your undergrad, you're really trying to answer the question like biology, chemistry, or physics, or sociology, those type of like big bucket ideas. You know, like I would be focusing on big questions. Try to hard or soft science, that kind of thing, and don't limit yourself. Just kind of go through the motions and take the classes and be open with changing your mind. I changed my mind a couple different times during my undergrad, and I'm totally the better for it. I think that's a good thing, genuinely. Just I wanted to be, going in, I wanted to be pre-med because I didn't realize that, I didn't even, yeah, everyone said, it was kind of like chosen for me because I felt like my mom was a nurse, and I wanted to give back, and I wanted to help people in need. Um, and then I really figured like the lifestyle of a physician wasn't really my calling. It just is a lot different of a life. And I was like, well, I care about the environment. It's like my number one issue on how, humans are negatively impacting the environment. And I want to make a positive generational change. So I need to work on climate science. I feel like that was like a natural evolution. And then I was like, I love going outside. So maybe I can be a forest ranger or an ecologist, studying nature by going through it and hiking through it and taking studies of it and all that kind of stuff. And then I came to the realization during ecology in all my classes that I was like, oh my God, I'm just like mapping and studying and cataloging the ways that the thing that I love is dying. I was like, I cannot just track the death of the earth over time, So I was in a class, it was called Molecular Methods. And basically it was DNA investigative work, like tracking heat shock proteins and stuff of flies and stuff, how they change from the environment. I was like, oh my God, you can do molecular biology and save the environment? I was like, this is rad. Like, this is amazing. Like, molecular biology is so cool. Like, working with DNA, and it was just a mind-blowing experience to me. That lab completely changed my life. And that was such a cool moment. Thanks, Flocka. And completely changed my life. So you gotta just be open. And then I went to the algae biofuels lab, and that was the thing. Yeah, I was going for electrical. Well, I like math and physics. Yes, then the wrong type of physics. Oh, cool. Yeah, these type of like big questions is a great thing, dude. That's a great thing to think about. and then mechanical and aerospace would make a lot more sense. Nice. Yeah, man, those are great. Those are great thought processes, I think. You have to listen to yourself. I think the biggest thing, the biggest tip that I could give to anyone that's trying to figure out where they want to do or what they want to do in life, people would say kind of like, I was always looking for the thing that I was naturally gifted at. You know, like what was the thing that I'm really just I show up and I'm like above average. You know what I mean? What am I born for? But in reality, the thing that you want to invest your time and career in is the thing that you love failing at. So, like Michael Jordan didn't wasn't naturally born the best basketball player, but he loved the idea of trying to make a shot, fail, re redo that, change a little thing, and then do it again. And going and trying something and then failing at it and then wanting to do it again is the ultimate indication that you really love to do that thing. And in order to fail, like the first step in learning is failing, right? So you have to, in reality, you just have to love to fail the thing that you want to do the most. You know, like like I don't love to like necessarily fail experiments, but when I do fail experiments, it's like oh dude, I can figure this out. There's like a puzzle here. There's like a thing that I can get right, that I can a control that I can add here in order to make the next experiment better, that I can do better here in this way. And that is the cool like idea with science, and why it really resonated with me is because I can break it down and then add another piece and then go forward. That's like the thing that I love. Yo, what's up, Scott? How's it going, brother? Well, can I ask what we're doing about these data centers? I mean, man, yeah, I mean, they're happening. These basically what's happened is that these Republican counties and governors don't have any economic development in their state otherwise. They denied $300 billion of economic development from the Biden administration. So now, when they have these AI data centers coming in, they are so thirsty for any type of new development or career or develop opportunities or new technology to be installed. They are literally jumping at the whim as much as they can to and cutting taxes for these people so that when they come in, they've installed these data centers that are polluting, taking too much water, have no environmental regulations on them. A lot of times they're actually going against the Clean Air Act. They're polluting and using too much energy. It's like these Republicans should have stood their ground and said, hey, we're going to tax the shit out of you. We're going to absolutely tax and regulate you. You're going to improve our economies. You're going to improve our grid. You're going to improve our infrastructure. But they didn't do that. Yes, Cog, exactly. It's because it's so much cheaper for them just to get new water than it is to cool down the water. Basically, the buying new water is cheaper than cooling down the heated water. And they would rather just let it evaporate off and get new water than try to refrigerate the heated water, if that makes any sense. Do you remember the train accident in Ohio? Yeah. They're putting a nuclear power plant that is 9 times the size of a normal nuclear power plant there in a county over. They're building a data center. Yeah, I think like nuclear is you're gonna see a lot of nuclear development, a lot of breeder reactors for sure. That's definitely gonna see. I think, and Trump was even saying that he was like, why are you trying to do these expensive, long, long to approve things? We'll get you a natural gas power plant tomorrow, kind of thing. It was just like, oh my God, dude. Did you stay in academia or go into industry? As soon as I graduated, I'd gone to industry before, um, for like 5 years, and then I went to my PhD, and then I went back. So I went back to industry afterwards. I just couldn't afford a postdoc, man. Postdocs are very like the pay is so poor. I mean, it's like 74,000. It's like 70 to 80 grand a year, and it's so stressful. Academia is so stressful. I just can't. So yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting. There is an alternative world there. I'm not married or I don't have kids, and I do a postdoc and travel or like move or whatever, chasing that academic professor job. But yeah, I like where I am too. A lot of people in academia are just miserable, bro. It's really sad because they've deferred their life so much for science. And in order to be in academia, you really have to be very focused on the bigger picture. You have to pretty much give up a big family or a family life. It's very weird. A lot of people defer having kids entirely, so much so that then they get to their late 30s and they're like, wait, now I'm supposed to start like having kids? Like what? Like it just doesn't, it's really tough. I know you probably need the nuclear, but they basically are paying us to look the other way. Yep. Yep. And the Trump administration is literally siding with the polluters. There was a XAI data center, and the NAACP was suing the state because they didn't have a Clean Air Act permit. And the DOJ came on the side of XAI's data center and said that it's not okay for you to file a lawsuit against them because they were a part of our national defense. That data center is a part of our national defense to in the war in Iran. So it's like it's ridiculous, man. Even our own DOJ is siding with the polluters. Yeah, dude, I think this is totally normal. Team no kids. I think it's totally okay, bro. I think like I didn't want to have kids before I wanted to have kids, and I think that that's a totally normal thing. I think you want to go into any relationship not wanting to get married and not wanting to have kids, right? And then you're basically challenging that other person to change your mind. I think that's completely normal and natural. Like having like wanting to immediately jump into marriage or immediately jump into having kids is not the right move for sure, because both of those can completely change your life. So you really want to slow your roll as much as you can. I mean, anyone that tells you otherwise, that having kids isn't going to change your life, then they're probably not good parents. What was your main reason for going back to school to get a PhD? I mean, there is a kind of a glass ceiling, you know, if for biotech, if you don't have your PhD, you can't really get into the executive layers of the business. And on top of that, it's like genuinely fun. Like research and development is genuinely a really fun thing, dude. Like you're on the forefront of new knowledge and you're really you're pioneering something, man. It really is cool. It really is fun. Wow, Jess, you're a minor 25 and 15. Wow, you had a 10-year break. Oh my gosh, you went right back. I can't imagine having a 10-year-old than having a 1-year-old. Like, oh. All our kids are 18 months apart. We freaking Excel spreadsheeted it out. We made sure it was pretty funny because we were like, when are we gonna have these kids? And then like, when am I gonna go to grad school? And then this is gonna happen. And my wife had to do her school, so then we had to like just plan it all out. It was really funny. Yeah, spreadsheet of your life. Oh, thank you, Miss Jade. How's it going? A newborn at 22 is much different than 32. Wow, isn't that? Oh, thank you so much, Miss Jade. That's nice of you. That's rough. Hello, Miss Jade. Guys, follow Miss Jade. They do amazing panels. It's really fun. Ingrid introduced us. Very nice. Very nice person. Are you close to the Pacific Beach? We're like 30 minutes away. I've lived 6 blocks from the beach in San Diego, and it was quite the experience. But like you still like drive your car even when you're that close because you need to bring your boards, you need to bring all your change of clothes, all that kind of stuff. I do kind of like sometimes I tried doing my bike a couple times and it's just really janky and you don't want to drop your board. So Ingrid is amazing. Oh yeah, she is. Ingrid really is. She's very cool. I really like Ingrid a lot. Yeah. Oh, that's really nice. That's really nice, Miss Jade. I totally agree. That that was Doctor having a great partner helps. Oh, for sure. I think like having yeah, I mean my wife going through everything was really nice. Yeah, we're it's 3:30. I did a presidential tier list and it got me all hopped up, all excited. So, oh, no way. You're in PB? No way. Yeah, dude, we were in Diamond and Lamont, right across the street from that big apartment complex. And we were there for like 7 years. It was really cool. But the thing is, dude, it's like anywhere in San Diego is a 30-minute drive, you know? So like PB to Sorrento Valley was a 30-minute drive. We live in North County now, so it's like a 35-minute drive down to where I want to go. So it's really not that bad, man. Yeah. I'm excited though. Gonna record the first episode of our thing. I think we're I think I do want to have chat on. I've decided I do want to have chat. Oh, nice. Lost Lawn Haynes. Okay, nice. Oh, damn. So you're really close to the beach. That's awesome, dude. That's rad. Lost Street. Yeah, I totally know. That's rad, dude. I used to go to Bird Rock Coffee Roasters every morning. So fun. I loved that. And then like surfing all the La Jolla reefs and all that thing. I surfed every day for like 10 years. in San Diego when I lived there. I was living so close. It was just like I'm gonna take advantage of every opportunity I have right now to surf as much as I can. And I did, and I feel so happy about it. You know, I'm like I took advantage of the opportunity that I had. I knew it was gonna be unique. I knew that it was time limited. And now we're actually at the point where the kids are like they can swim, you know? So now we can actually take them into the ocean. I'm so excited about that. We're gonna get in wetsuits and I'm gonna start surfing again. I can't wait. I'm just really excited. Like everyone all together go for like a surf weekend together. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. I'm looking forward to it so bad. I'm looking forward to it. So we'll have to see though. It's gonna be cool. All right, guys. I think I'm gonna head out. It's been really fun, really good stream. Thanks, Michael. Yeah. Yeah, fun. I'm excited. Dude, I think it's gonna be I can't wait for tomorrow. I can't wait. I think it's gonna be really cool. It's like probably other than streaming. Actually, you know what? I've never done anything like this. I've never done anything like this before. Like I've done the show, I've done streaming. I've never done a scripted show before. I've never done that. I'm always debating someone. I'm always like, you know, doing panels or reacting to something. To actually have a scripted show that I'm going to do, I'm like nervous about it a little bit. I need to rehearse it before, but it's kind of cool. It's kind of cool to be nervous about something again, you know? It kind of gives me like a fun feeling. So we'll see how it goes. I really need to work on the thumbnail. I don't know what the thumbnail is going to be. I can't picture it right now. And everyone says you need to have the thumbnail before you even shot your thing. So oh, thank you, Evan. Or I just I don't know. I don't know what I'm like searching for when I do these big changes. You know what I mean? Like everything is completely different, you know, when I think about it, kind of just creates a different frame and a different way of looking at what I'm doing here every time, every night and stuff. So I think that it just like invigorates me, it reinvigorates me. See you, Baka. Yeah. I think it's just like a fun thing to do, you know? Oh, thank you. Thank you for the super chat. Yes, it is 5 hours and 50 minutes. Yes, you're right. You're right. Yeah, it's gonna be a tired day tomorrow. It's okay. It was fun. It's a fun stream. I'm excited about it. Yeah. I think oh, thank you. Thank you for saying that. Did you just do a debate? No. I just had like a longer stream. I don't know. I had a nap right before. Maybe that was it. Maybe that's why. And yeah. So I actually have a debate coming up. I might have something I have to fly to Vegas for. I'm trying to arrange this so I can do this. So I can have it's going to be like the biggest debate that I've had up to this point if this goes through. So that's going to be cool. Um you want to communicate the best way possible. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I think that having it, I think the idea that I'm for my show is going to be, yeah, exactly. It's like kind of like an all a broad audience, and I really just want to tweak kind of like what already happens, what already feels right, kind of like with last week tonight or the Daily Show or something like that. And so I just want to do that. I don't know. I don't know why. I think it'd just be really fun. I think it could be material that other streamers could react to. And that is, I think, really cool. The idea that like it could actually go like viral in those circles and stuff is a cool idea. So I want to like kind of try that, I want to try hard. I want to try really. I think it was really like Ludwig's thing, man. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the super chat, man. To help support the cause. Why are people scared about talking about the vaccine word if YouTube isn't flagging your channel? Oh yeah, dude. You can say vaccines, man. Everyone. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Work Academics. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate you. Um eh, it's you can totally say vaccines. I don't know. People always are weird about it, but you can. So yeah. We'll see. Or what's gonna happen is I'm gonna get so excited about all this, and I'm gonna do this whole thing, and then it's gonna get just my normal amount of views, and I'm like, oh shoot. But you know what happens? Like that happens sometimes. Sometimes videos don't take until like my Ken Hovind debate has like 67,000 views now, and it took like 4 weeks or 4 to 6 weeks to pop off. So I genuinely don't know sometimes, like, I think you just make something that you're proud of, and then you just jump with both feet in, and you just say, this is going to be my thing. So that's my goal. That's my goal. Yeah, I think so. Oh, thank you, man. Thank you. Yeah, dude, it's been crazy. I think what's really cool is that since getting monetized, like more people, it's gotten bigger. Like YouTube has gotten way bigger. It's 10 times the size now since it was before. So before, like my daily viewership was like 20 people. Now it's like 200. So it's like literally 10x. It's been really cool. I honestly haven't. Been really surprised about it in the last 90 days. It's been really cool. Yeah, just fake it till you make it. Yeah, exactly. I think things that I'm proud of, right? Just make something that I'm proud of, and then that's all I can do. Just like make something that I want to, and I think that that's the best way to go about it. It really is. You feel like an artist in these moments. You know what I mean? I don't know how else to say it. You just feel like this, like I'm gonna make this thing this way because I think that this is how it should look, and because there isn't anyone doing the thing that I want to do, which is also the fun part about it, I think. No GeoGuessr tonight? Oh man. Let's do it. Let's do it. Good idea. Let's see. Oh, when did this be done? When is it be done? You. 1 second. What's dynamic physics? 1 second. Steven, what's up? We're getting the East Coasters coming in being like, wait, I thought that was, yes, I know. Okay. I think this just has the best readability. So let's do this. Let's do that. Okay. Last thing. Let's just do you guys. Oh, I should go to bed though. It is 4:00. Fuck. All right. I'm just gonna go to bed. All right. Oh. Thank you guys. 6-hour stream, but it was really fun. I'm happy we did the presidential candidates. If you're joining in late or you don't know what happened, I ranked all the tier lists for the presidential candidates. It was fun. So so check it out, and yeah, check out that stream. I'm gonna put it out tomorrow or the next day. Use the earplugs for the kids. Yeah. I'm just gonna dad nap it up. I'm just gonna nap it up. Thank you, man. Dude, yeah, the trolls were weird. It got a little weird at the end. You know what I mean? It got a little weird. That guy was so funny. I just did not have the temerity to deal with him, so I appreciate you all. All right, guys. Have a good one.